Ready? Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I haven't actually written a summary, so I have to try and remember what happened. So, in the last session of Wildemount, you arrived in Huppadook, and you made your way up through the town to the festivities. And on the way, though, there was an explosion in the southeast part of the town, southwest rather, and you saw a number of kobolds and a Goliath woman making their way through the Ironlot streets, and you attempted to stop them, killing most of the kobolds, who then exploded after they died, nearly wrecking Blossom, I believe. And that, however, with being able to seemingly cast the spell Fog Cloud, the Goliath woman escaped. And then afterwards, you were surrounded by the town's guard and Watchmaster Bram Gulchschwattle, who informed you that there'd been a prison break, and the prisoner was a prisoner of war named Sken Zabris. He agreed to pay you, I believe. Let's give a quick look. He agreed to pay you 500 gold pieces for hunting down and bringing Sken Zabris back. He didn't specify dead or alive. He paid you 250 gold pieces up front. And then your investigation got underway after a nice evening in the tavern. I believe it was the tavern in the lower districts. The
Lodge.
The Soot Swallow Lodge, yes, that's correct. You also met a strange man, a fence there named Udoth, who tried to buy some goods off of you and sell you some goods. In the morning, you headed down to the prison, where you investigated the cell and spotted a strange man, a young man with a harshly burnt face, it looked like, who revealed himself to be called Raphael Lindworm. He, after some, I believe it was it Gertrude who gave him the money?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Gertrude paid him to show him some of the evidence, and then you also found a number of other evidence. You found some, thanks to Firian's very high survival check, you found some red clay or mud that was, and I think Gertrude as well, again, determined with a high, I think it was a natural 20 nature check, determined that the red mud wasn't from within Huppadook itself and was probably from somewhere higher up on the Silberquell Ridge, possibly near the Silver Falls of the waterfall itself. You also found that the cell had been exploded from the inside somehow, and then you also found a small automaton, like a crab, that you determined that perhaps snuck through the skylight and then somehow blown out the cell from the inside. You then, following your leads, you managed to find Master Maker Cleft Tinkertop, who Gertrude had heard of through the grapevine, who told you that the crab you found, he was quite curious. At first he thought it might be one of his designs, but then quickly realised it was just a cheap knockoff, and it reminded him of a former apprentice of his, a human man named Huron Stolmast. But the man had not been seen in Huppadook for quite some time. You also went to the Firemark facility, where you spoke to quite a rude gnome, who was more focused on his work and was pretty defiant and didn't seem to believe that it was possible that any of his blast powder could have been stolen.
Yeah.
However, you managed to get some information that perhaps one of his workers who'd been off sick for a short while now had could have possibly somehow been related to this missing blast power. Another gnome named Nima Senerid, I believe it was, and he gave you directions to a house on the northwest side of town, which you headed over to see if you could determine the location of more about this blast powder. However, upon arriving, Nima initially told you she was too sick to open the door, and you were going to leave, but then mention of the prison break, she asked you to come inside, and you slowly began to become more and more suspicious as Firion quickly realised that this was definitely not a gnome's voice and sounded much more like a kobold. And after much deliberation and unsure what to do, you decided that perhaps we'll just go in and see what's going to happen. And then, in the most probably worst trap you could probably have, they sprung it upon you. The most unsurprising trap.
I was quite surprised.
They nearly managed to actually kill you all, which would have been pretty fucked up. But, however, you managed to just about best them. And then you searched through Nima's items. You found a pair of boots there that seemed to be covered, that seemed to be for a gnome and covered in this red clay once more. And you also found a letter or a note that she had left that spoke of a secret mine that she had found with a large number of untapped guano in the cavern that was behind the top of the fort, the Silver Falls, high up in the Silver Quell Ridge. She's been clear, from what you could tell, it seemed that she perhaps was using this to contribute to the war effort in some way, maybe perhaps making munitions with this invaluable source of guano. And you also read in the note that once she'd got enough marked interest from the Firemark facility on this untapped resource, that perhaps she'd let them help in harvesting this secret cave. So, after a long day of gathering info and uncovering this strange mystery of the prison break, you decided that it's the evening now, perhaps we should just have a nice evening before all the whistles went off and the partying began as you joined hand in hand and made your way up towards the ironwork shelf for the festivities. So, we begin this session there. So, as you make your way up the mountain, making small chatter, you come to the outskirts of the idlework shelf. Here, encompassing the outer ring of this elevated shelf of the Silberquell Ridge, is a lively district of taverns, inns, merchants, and open pavilions. You see waves of fast-moving families and people, gnomish, some dwarves, a few human-sized folks that are all rushing by you. Some of them looking like they are rushing to get home from work to disrobe for the nightly festivities, whilst others are already out in their party attire. Fireworks begin to go off in the distance as you see the occasional flashes in the sky. Gradually moving closer to this fair, you can see that more and more people are gathered here. They're sitting, eating food, and they're watching the fireworks as they go off. You see a number of performers attracting the crowd, such as candle dancers who dance a very slow, meticulous dance with lit candles, creating a almost hypnotic experience. It almost makes you each think of stories of will-o'-the-wisps that you would have likely all heard about as children. It's quite enchanting. There are also a number of vendors here, set up on either sides of the open pavilions. There is some merchants selling sparklers, others selling small fireworks, and even more selling memorabilia, flowers, and all other sorts of goods you might find at a festival. You can choose to stay and observe the celebrations for a while if you wish, or perhaps you might want to head on to the Blushing Tankard Tavern, arguably one of, if not the most famed tavern in all of the Marrow Valley. The choice is yours, so what do you guys want to do?
Who would have thought Kieran getting headphones would make his background noise worse?
I know, Christ.
Yep.
What? Really?
You were like flicking through your book or whatever we could hear you.
Oh, yeah, I was. Sorry.
Typing and shit.
It's okay.
Hang on.
Firion would definitely be not shying away from the crowds, but he would be like following in Blossom's footsteps, and casting a probably completely unnecessarily suspicious eye, like out over these crowds of people that are just having fun.
What about you,
Yeah.
Blossom?
Blossom is gonna go for the thing that looks the funnest. What looks the funnest, Bid?
Well, you've got plenty of stalls around. You've got plenty of different performances going on. You could buy some sparklers if you'd like. You could.
Oh yeah, sparklers.
So you make your,
Gertrude would just be following Blossom and just sort of looking at her like, okay, let's do this.
so you make your way up to this market stall that has a gnome man that's propped himself up on a number of boxes behind. You could see trying to make himself appear even taller than his other gnome brethren. He's holding up a number of different sparklers in his hand as another younger gnome besides him sort of starts chucking up these little sort of fire loops and doing sort of tricks with eating fire next to him. And the gnome is on the front is getting a decent crowd of people surrounding him, and he's calling out being like, sparklers on sale! Sparklers all ready for the festivities! What about you, my young dear? And he points to you, Blossom. And he's like, can I interest you in a sparkler? Or you, mister? You're quite the unusual fellow. Are you interested in a sparkler?
Yes, I want several sparklers, please.
Oh, several. We got quite a lovely young girl who's ready for a nightly evening of fun and festivities, I see.
Do they come in pink? I want pink one.
Oh, we got plenty of pink. He reaches down and he starts pulling out a number of different sparklers, and he's like, he lights one up for you, and you see this pink, bright pink, like luminescent light, like just start like covering the inside of this small stall, like illuminating all the like tarpaulin that's above it. And he's like, and he hands one over to you, and he's like, a free sample, my dear, a free sample.
What? She stares at it for a good couple of seconds. Oh, he's amazing.
Any more? 2 copper each.
Gertrude says, it's probably a mix of ferrotitanium and iron, right?
The gnome behind you sort of looks down. He's like, he kind of like leans down to whisper to the younger gnome, who kind of like whispers up into his ear, and then he says, yes, exactly what you said.
Do you use potassium nitrate or potassium perchlorate?
He like leans down once again. The gnome like whispers up into his ear, kind of like slightly rolling his eyes as he does, and he's like, I think the potassium.
Well, if it's perchlorate, it might be a bit explosive. And she looks at Blossom.
Gertrude, you should get one. The whatever you said it was, is awesome. Look at it. She waves it in your face.
Yes, and without a little bit of explosive power, you can't get quite the same amount of fun from it, can you?
Well, I would ask if you had any blue ones, but it seems unlikely.
Ah, we do. And he sort of reaches down and he sort of rubs this one off and then lights it. It's blue, but it's more purpley than blue. And he's like, there you go, my dear, a free sample. Any more will be 2 copper pieces each.
Should we get one for Firion?
Firion, you want a green one, right? Green?
Why would I want
Like-
a...
Leaves like green.
I've never understood the obsession with fire burning. Usually connotes destruction.
But it's sparkly.
More like destruct fun. And the other gnome kind of looks up at him like, oh, just don't. It's like,
Yeah, Blossom.
I told you about the puns.
Blossom turns around. She's like, I want 10 pink ones, and I want. She looks at Firion briefly.
He
Yeah.
slowly shakes his head.
I want one green one.
So that will be 11 in total, yes?
She looks at Gertrude. Unless Gertrude wants more.
No, I'll be okay with just the one. Thanks, Blossom.
Very well, that's 2 silver pieces then.
Yeah. She just gives you, like, the 2 silver. How do I split up? I don't know if I have 2 silver. No, I do.
Feel free to
Yeah.
split up your gold if you need to. I'm not that bothered about that kind of stuff.
Yeah. No, she just gives you 2 silver.
Thank you, my dear, thank you. And what, the 3, I believe I've never seen you before in Huppadook. 3 strangers to this lovely city. Well, what are you all doing here? Are you looking for enjoying the nightly festivities?
Yeah, like, we came for the fireworks, and we came for the food, and we came for the drinks, and we came for the partying, and we came for the pretty lights, and yeah.
Well, you'll find all sorts of those things throughout the Idleworks shelf, my dear. Or perhaps if you're really looking for a challenge, you should head over to the Blushing Tankard Tavern. I hear it's the hour of honor tonight.
Oh, what's the hour of honor?
Well, it's I believe it's some kind of special drinking competition.
Well, she turns around to the 2. That sounds really honourable. We should do that.
Well, we are good at it, Blossom, being halflings.
Oh yeah, I've drank a lot. I'm a pro at this, so we should win.
I do always like a bit of orange in it, though. But that might be against the rules.
You'll have to go see for yourself. I heard it's quite the fun time. Otherwise, you've got lots of food up here.
Oh,
And the fireworks, well, you can't miss them. And you see just like there's loads now, more and more going off into the sky. The whizzing sound and then the massive explosion of many. Whilst you get the sort of screamers and the sparklers.
yeah, Blossom's excited. She's giddy. She's bouncing around. It's like, do they have food? Do they have dramp noodle? I haven't seen any in here yet.
I imagine they do, my dear. They bring all sorts of... Some of them are not quite from their exact, what you might say... they're not... Some dishes, maybe. They even try to emulate dishes from the Menagerie Coast and the Greying Wildlands, I've heard.
Whoa. Yeah, this guy... She's like, slightly runs off.
Have a lovely evening.
She's looking back, making sure they're following though. And as she's looking back, she's like lighting all of the sparklers at one go and waving them around.
Yeah, they're all just a mix of different colours. Mostly pink, like you asked for, but there's a few greens and blues in there as well.
Yeah. She does try to hand Furion one green one.
There's like a long pause, but he does reach down and take it. And he just holds it up. He doesn't wave it around. He just holds it next to his face, like.
He's pretty, Furion. It suits you.
Thanks. I suppose if this is what the local people do, and he kind of like slowly waves it back and forth in front of his face.
Like really slowly.
Yep.
That's it, Furion, like this. And she waves it like manically.
Can Gertrude try and swing her sparkler so it makes the sign of a cobble order?
Yeah, go for it. Do a performance check to see how well you managed to do it. A 7. It's harder than it looks. It's just sparkling everywhere, so you can't quite pull off the exact symbol, but it's close enough.
She just looks around and she's like, well, I tried.
Oh, I didn't even notice you can make fun shapes. And she tries to make shapes.
Yeah,
like,
go and make a performance check for me. Just the
Triangle, circle.
It's very slightly better than Gertrude's, but not by much.
well, I just like waving it. She just continues waving it around. Let's go. I want to get some dram for noodle, and let's get to this hour of honor as well. This sounds really fun.
Lead on, Blossom.
She like dashes off.
Will you be joining us in the drinking contest, Virion?
I fully intend to mingle, and if this is what mingling requires, then this is what I must do.
Well, maybe you can watch over me and Blossom. You know what people can be like in the city, and we aren't exactly big.
Of course, I will be watching over you. No harm shall befall you.
We're little but ferocious, Gertrude. No need to worry.
I just thought we might lose our faculties a bit if we're consuming a lot.
It just makes my punches even better.
I'm sure it does, Blossom.
She does little like stabbies in the air with her little fireworks.
Firion is watching with some wariness as Blossom is running along holding sparklers.
So you manage to find there's plenty of food stalls around, all selling different kinds of things. There's one, a large, sort of quite portly dwarf who has just got a huge sign, like a hand-drawn banner that just reads Danya's dumplings, and he's just like, steamed potato bread dumplings, the best of Western Wynandir. Can be served with any meal.
Blossom is like beelining to that stall.
Yeah, he's like got a massive like pot he's got, and this big ladle with lots of dumplings sitting on top of this sort of boiling pot of water ready to cook, and others are more ready and laid out on the thing, and he's like, dumplings, come get your dumplings. As
Blossom gets to the stall, she just drops the sparklers on the floor. She's like, wow.
Gertrude's like, mind your sparklers, dear, and maybe we should try and insulate ourselves with the dump noodle for the contest.
Oh, that's a good. Lots of drab noodles, please.
You'll have to go to the other one to find the dump noodles. And he points over to this other stall that's sort of just across the way with a bunch of different gnomes, about 3 different gnome women who are all, you can see, rolling up these steamed rolls and serving it to people with these little pots of custard. Or some of them are taking more like savoury potatoes with it as well.
Yeah, she like just dashes over there. She's dropped all these sparklers now. They're all burning on the floor.
the dwarf man is like, it's a bit of a fire hazard, but okay.
Gertrude tries to put it out with her, like the bottom of her cloak, and then realizes that her cloak's just becoming this messy rag.
Yeah, and you get the smell of like slightly damp at the at the bottom of your cloak, and it's just a kind of a nasty smell as it sort of slightly singes the material. But you do manage to put them out.
She's just like, Scheisse!
Meanwhile, Blossom, you rush off to this other store, and these 3 gnome women are like, just handing out these things anyway. It's like, what can I get you, dear?
I want 1,000,000 dramp noodles.
Okay, well, a million will be quite more than we've got, I'm afraid, but how about start with 3?
What? I give 3. I want more 3.
5, 6, I suppose.
6. Yes.
Okay, no problem. That is 6 out of the 5 copper pieces each, so that'll be 3 silver, my dear.
Yeah, she like practically throws it at them. She's excited.
Would you like them with custard or the savoury potatoes?
Such decisions. Both.
Oh, both. Okay, well, that'll be an extra silver for both, but I can do a bit of half and half. Mix them up if you like.
I want decision over both.
Very well. And she starts mixing up this like horrible sweet custard with these potatoes in it, and sort of laying them out on this regal steamed roll to you, and then putting it in like a little sort of paper plate and a napkin on top, and just sort of hands them over to you, like piling them up onto your arms, Blossom, as your belly manages to carry these 6 damp noodles.
What was the
Yeah.
other guy selling?
He was selling dumplings. There's plenty of stalls around. There's some you can see looking around Gertrude. There's some man that seems to be a human man with a thick Zemnian accent who is just like, Sauerbraten! I can't do a German accent, by the way. So, excuse that, but you can see that it looks like this dish of like pickled horse meat and cabbage. Whilst you see there's other ones like this one that's selling this like sweet dark ale that just says Krostenwald's best on the top of this little thing.
Yeah, she wants to get a dumpling. She's going to get some Sauerbraten, and she'll get the Hefeweizen. I assume that it is the nice heavy dark beer.
Yeah, you could find that, yeah. With all together, I'd say that would come to about maybe like a silver piece and 5 copper.
Okie dokie.
Firion, are you interested in any of the food stands?
Well, he gave away all his good berries, so
He did.
he's gonna have to. I think he'd like wrinkle his nose a little bit, but he'd be like, just one of those. Point to the dumplings.
And the man's like, very well, dumplings for everybody. And he's sort of 5 copper, please.
Yeah. So
Blossom's like sitting on the floor eating these Jamf noodles.
Curious enough, Firion, you actually spot a little stall nearby that just reads Elf Mash on the top. And being from the Greying Wildlands yourself, you'd recognise that Elf Mash is like a creamy dish made from overripe cloudberries. It's a favourite of those amongst the Greying Wildlands. Might be more familiar to you.
he takes the dumpling and is like eating it like a bird, like pecking at it basically. And he sees the elf mash and he pointedly turns away from it and walks away from it.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Gertrude would just go sit next to Blossom.
Okay.
She's just scarfing these Jamf noodles.
Yeah, I can imagine Gertrude doing the same, like, shit, lecker! And I imagine, like, Firion's just looking on.
Yeah, pretty much. And he goes and stands next to them, but a little bit away, and just looks down at the 2 halflings fucking gorging themselves.
Yeah, and I think Blossom would get about 1.5 in, and she's like, I'm so full. And she like crawls towards you. Do you want to try a Jamf noodle?
No, I didn't ask for one. Please stop moving towards me.
She just like splays out on the floor.
So you're all sitting round in the middle of this. I imagine you take up a small bench. There's a number of different large, long benches you might find in like a Hofbrauhaus or whatever. But there's also a number of smaller benches that you could sit off on the side as you watch as the fireworks go whizzing up even more. By every minute, there's more gnomes and other people all gathering smaller fireworks that whiz up into the air and explode in these menagerie of different colours. And it's quite exciting. It's especially for you, Firion. It's not like anything you've really seen before, or any of you really, to this level of festivities. Is clearly well practiced and perfected in there. You can clearly tell that these gnomes know how to have a good time. And as you're sitting there, you see 3 hardy-looking dwarfs and an older man, a middle-aged dwarf and woman, and a young dwarven man, all making their way in the direction of, now you can see, the Blushing Tankard Tavern that sits beyond. And they're all kind of like ribbing each other, and sort of the older dwarf is kind of like very stern and very dour-looking man, as he kind of just like very seriously looks around and then makes his way in to the pub.
Do we see the pub?
You can from here, yep. It's a big sign that says the Blushing Tankard Tavern.
Yeah. As Blossom splays out on the floor, She just looks over like, ooh. And then she's like, well, there must be the tavern! And then she gets up, dashes. She's like, this guy!
Wait, I need to finish up Blossom.
Oh, there's no time, look! They're going in!
Varian's looking up at the fireworks, and he's just kind of talking to himself. Just says, do you think they gain a sense of satisfaction by ripping minerals from the soil and firing them into the sky?
Who's he talking to?
Well,
Literally no one. He's talking to himself.
Gertrude would say to Firion, the dwarfs have a deity called Dumafoin who reveres his the produce of the mountain and put towards use.
You would know, Gertrude, that Dumafoin certainly exists in the pantheon. However, he is not a legal deity, so you might be like, you can still say the same thing, but you might be keeping your voice down.
Yeah, she'd keep her voice down, but she'd still say it.
Yeah.
Varian would cock an eyebrow a bit, be like, I can't quite see how reverence is given through this. He gestures up at the light sky.
Well,
the fireworks.
I thought the reverence would just be bringing joy to the city.
He looks around and kind of sniffs a bit and is like, oh, well, mingling should be done. Blossom, and he kind of like pokes Blossom's belly with the end of his quarterstaff.
Yeah, she's like sort of carrying a belly. She's like, oh, I'm full, but I can definitely drink some more.
Well,
About the minerals thing, they never really minded when I was sleeping on them that time, and then I was, it's the floor, right? She kicks the dirt.
Quite. Should we enter? And, like, nods awkwardly towards the tavern.
Oh, yes, this guy.
Gertrude tries to down the remaining part of her beer, but just spills it all over herself.
Just somewhat soaked now with this sweet dark ale that's sort of seeping into your outfit as you all make your way over towards the Blushing Tankard Tavern. Let me take you across. I've got a little map prepared, or a little thing prepared.
Oh, yeah.
So, just quickly turn up the volume a little bit. Is that okay, volume-wise, for everyone?
You? Oh, I can't hear it.
I can't hear it yet, but it should be.
Oh, it's Mr. Dubois!
How about now?
Not for me yet.
I can't hear it.
You restart it.
It says nothing. Oh, it's done.
Yeah. How about now?
Not for me, but it might be loading.
No,
I've got it.
Does it say something's playing, Kieran?
Yeah.
You may need to turn up quite loud for this one because it was fairly quiet in the recording, annoyingly.
I'm going to refresh.
Yeah, I can hear it on full blast.
Yeah. I'll turn up a bit more on my end so you can adjust your volumes however you want to.
Look, it's Ostred.
Well. Right, so you make your way inside the Blushing Tankard Tavern. It is absolutely packed inside here. There's multiple levels to this inn. You see there's a large bar at the front as you come in through the entrance on this side of the tavern, with many patrons surrounding, all asking for drinks, while a small, somewhat overwhelmed gnome bartender is like calling out like, "Yes, that's for you. Bring it over there. Another order, please!" And rushing around on his own as he's trying to maintain the running of the bar. As you see a large sign that hangs sort of on the other side of this wall that says, "All hour of honor participants join below for the nightly event."
Yeah. So Blossom would dash up to there.
So as you head your way down the stairs, Blossom, and feel free to place your tokens on here if you'd like.
Firion, like, when they first came in, was like hissing through his teeth, like, it's so busy and there's so many people.
Just your token sizes slightly. Yeah, so you make your way down. It's not quite as busy down here, but still very packed. And you see a lot of spectators are looking on eagerly as the event seems to be getting underway for the evening. You see a woman, a dwarven woman behind the bar with the very busty and loose-fitting clothes. As she calls out, you see her rise up. She's got a light sort of chin beard underneath her. Light sort of growings of hair underneath her chin, and she calls out to the room and says, "Last chance to sign up!"
Yep. Blossom dashes in. It's like, I'm gonna... She's like waving her hand around.
Gertrude just follows Blossom as she's like going through people's legs or something.
Yeah. There's a large number of different patrons here. You see gnomes, you see dwarves, you see humans. There's even a couple of half-orcs around. You even see elves and tieflings about.
Virion sits down and he leans over towards this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Good evening." And like does a slow nod towards him.
This guy, let me quickly just get something up for myself. This man looks towards you and he's like, these are huge human. He's probably about 6'5". He's got a huge frame and he kind of looks down to you and he's like, "Good evening."
Virion just holds eye contact and keeps nodding slowly.
What do you want?
I don't want anything.
Okay. He kind of looks away like awkwardly and goes back to sipping his ale.
Virion turns back forward and in his head he's like, "Yeah, mingling."
So you approach up the woman at the bar and she's like, "You interested, love?"
Yeah, me, and she points at Gertrude, and she points at Firion, and that elf man over there, Firion.
Oh, okay, all come up. You got to sign your names and sign your team name down as well. Minimum
Blossom.
of 3 for a team.
Blossom starts like waving at Firion, like jumping up and down. Firion, you gotta come put your name down.
Stands up.
She holds
He's
open. Sorry, go on, Firion.
He's just nodding towards people in that same like slow nod as he goes past.
Some of them smile. This dwarven lady here just looks to you and gives you a big hearty smile and holds up a large tankard of ale towards you as you do.
He says, "No, I'm fine, thank you." Keeps walking.
She just sort of laughs and winks and goes back to what she's doing. You would notice these are the 3 you saw entering, by the way. So the barmaid, she or the innkeeper even, she hands over this book with a number of different names in, but she sort of turns the page over and she's like, here are the rules with the high stake, medium stake, and low stake. I'll show you them now. You should be able to see the rules for the Hour of Honor.
The high stake's a bit expensive, but the medium stake, we could probably do that one.
I don't have that much at the moment, Blossom.
She looks at how much she...
Did you add your gold from before, Kieran?
I think she bought the Vox Seeker, so...
No, you weren't bought that. You were given it. You found it. That was the crab thing you found. And Clef Master Master Maker Clef Tinkertop fixed it for you. He didn't charge you, I don't believe.
No, but I gave like 50 to that other guy as well.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did do that. Yeah.
Is this 50 gold per person?
It is indeed, my dear.
Oh. I guess maybe we just go for the 5 then. She looks disappointed. I think we can win, though.
Farian like plunks his coin purse down in front of Blossom's, just like, take whatever you need. I have no stake in this.
Ooh. That's very generous, Phil. You don't have to.
I'm aware I don't have to. I've chosen to.
Oh, it's thank you. I'll put all mine in as well, so I got 76.
Yeah,
Is
between the two of them, they could hit 150 gold for sure.
Yeah.
I can pay you back when we get our other money, but I feel a bit bad.
Well, I'm hoping we win, so I think it'll be alright.
Well, I'll give it my best shot, Blossom.
Me too. Fiona, you give your best shot too?
What am I shooting?
Shooting shots. Or probably more likely tankards, I guess.
I can hold my drink.
That's perfect then. We're a perfect team.
The dwarven woman sort of sidles up to next to you, Firian, and she's like, aren't you quite the good-looking one?
Are you asking me that question?
Asking and telling, love. Perhaps you'd like a drink on the house.
That would be kind. Fuck, I forgot the name. It's like Spittel or something.
I can find it for you if you'd like.
Spitten! Do you do spitten?
Quite the unusual request around here, but I'm sure I can rustle up something. Might not be quite what you're used to, but I'll do my best.
He like catches himself as soon as she says quite an unusual request around here, and he's like, oh no! And he looks down at the bar and he's like, I'll have one of those, and just points to like whatever the nearest patron is having in front of them.
She kind of winks to you, and then she's like, that's okay, love, I'll get you that. And she reaches down and starts pouring it to you, and she hands it over to you, and she's like, and as she does, she kind of like touches your arm, and she's like, and if you're interested later, and she gives you a little wink, and then like looks upwards. As if implying, yeah.
Yeah, I think Firian would get it with where he's been from. He's like, I will let you know.
She just smiles and gives you another wink, and then sort of goes back to serving other patrons.
Firian takes the drink. Gladly sips it.
And before she would have taken away the thing, she would have been like, and your team name?
Oh, team name. Gertrude, you're clever. What's our team name?
I was trying to think of a clever pun with ale, but nothing's coming to me.
Mm-hmm. We could be the Sparklers.
We killed a lot of kobolds today. We could be the kobold killers.
Thinking of like Beyond the Pale, because it rhymes with ale. I don't know.
I like both choices. They're really good.
How about the Spar Killers?
That sounds good.
Yeah, that one would do. Yeah, she tells the lady.
Okay, the Spar Killers. I like it. It's unusual. We'll call your name when you're ready. And are you medium stakes, I assume?
Yeah, medium stakes. Where do we sit? Where do we go?
Well, you'll be called and take a seat, and you'll be called when the medium stakes team kicks off. But
okay.
150 gold pieces, please.
Yeah, she's like slowly counting out of these little thingies.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, she just pushes it. Oh, both bags towards her.
Yeah. She's like, don't worry, love, I'll count it out for you. And she brings her the bag and starts counting through, like, really fast. Like, faster than you'd expect. And she's like, yeah, that's the right amount. Enjoy.
Well,
Call you when you're ready.
Maybe you teach me how to count that fast one day.
Maybe someday, love, but I'm a bit busy right now.
Okay. Let's go sit down. She like dives off the table that she's been clinging onto.
He sits down, he's like stroking his chin. He says, just openly, I've never slept with a dwarf before.
Neither have I.
Me neither. You tell me if it's fun, Firion, I want to do it maybe one day. Maybe they're really cozy because they got lots of hair.
Varian wouldn't laugh, he'd just be like, interesting.
Which one was it, Varian?
And he like openly points to the lady behind the bar.
She doesn't spot you right now, and she seems to be quite caught up in her work, serving all these different patrons.
That one.
Well, as long as it's safe and, no disease, and it's fine.
Well, as long as you make sure you keep off of the floor as much as you can, Firion, you should be okay.
I feel like the two of you thought I was asking for advice. I wasn't.
Well, I'm sorry. Sorry, I think you're really clever, Firion.
Well, we're ladies, Firion, and, she's a lady, well, I assume.
I appreciate the thought. He, like, sips his drink. What's our strategy for winning?
We drink as much as we can, and she's like putting like her fists in the air, pumping herself up, bouncing up and down in her chair. We got this. And she puts like both fists out for like fist bumps.
Yeah, Gertrude, fist bumps.
Yeah.
Varian knocks Blossom's hand gently with his quarterstaff.
Yeah. We can do this.
How do you think it works? Do you think there's like a group trough, or we all drink from that?
Maybe. That would be an interesting way to do it. Although I don't see any troughs.
It's true.
So,
maybe.
As you're
Gertrude,
all... sorry, go on.
Gertrude's like, does that mean that you're not going to get a room tonight, Firion?
I haven't decided yet.
She like smirks at him and then like.
So, as you're chatting amongst yourselves, after a short while, you see the bar, the innkeeper behind the bar, start to ring this bell, and it's like, "Low stakes team up first! Low stakes team up first! We have..." And she kind of looks down at the little notes in front of her, and it's like, "First up, we have the Golden Glades!" And she kind of points over, and you see another man wearing like a cloak comes out behind the bar, and he sort of starts casting these dancing lights that appear above the ceiling and start sort of circling around these three patrons in the corner, and they kind of like all give like a kind of like a slightly embarrassed wave as they do, and they point to the dwarven man, and it's like, "We have Sitmut Kegmace, accompanied," and then he points to the female dwarf by Tilberry Cookie, and she kind of like, "Hey!" puts her hands up, and finally they point to the human, and they're like, "And Anna Colgane!" and she's like, "Hey!" kind of thing, and he's like, "And versus them, we have the grand team known as the Iron Promise!" And she points to these three patients here. And first up we have Patch the Tiefling! And points to this tiefling with purple skin and like a pirate hat and these like grand like all this like jewelry like hanging off of him and this eye patch sitting over his eyes, and he gives like a big wave to everyone. And then she points to the elven lady, and says, "Next up, we have Forrest Fulmore." and she's like, kind of gives like a little queen wave to everyone. And then finally, saving the best for last, we have Osborne's son. And the guy's like, "Hey," kind of thing. Then you see them all sidle up onto this table opposite each other, and she shouts, "Let the hour of honor begin!" And she like rings the bell like really excitedly, and all the patrons start going, "Way!" Start clapping as they start rushing all these tankards over to them, and place 3 tankards down in front of them. And you see them like kind of lock eyes, the first 2 in front, in the first round. And you see Osborneson and the other dwarf, and they lock eyes and they start begin chugging this drink, and you can't let me just roll for them, see if they get. So first up, we'll do Osborne's son.
Osborne!
Straight roll for him.
What an odd group.
An 11. Let's do it.
Gertrude looks at Firion and she's like, "Are you saying we aren't?"
Did you mishear me?
No, but it felt like... Oh, don't worry.
So, currently...
What?
Go on.
That's what I had to say.
No, go on, it's fine.
That's what I say.
Okay. You see Osborneson start to win the first round as he's sort of chugging back his first drink. They go once more. He's rolling, it's just taking fucking ages for some reason. Oh my god, come on, roll 20. I may have to connect the other internet because it may be that. Fucking internet, man. It's so annoying. Hello?
Yeah. Howdy.
Sorry, my internet died. Right, so the first roll was... Okay, it was just... So in the second part of the round, the other dwarf is like holding back a bit faster, can't quite compete, and then finally, the third and final one. And you see Osborne's son, the first to claim victory as within the low stakes group, as he kind of like throws his hands up in the air like, "Hooray!" And they start clapping, and everyone starts getting very merry around them as the rest of the team is like patting him on the back like, good job, Osborne." Next up, we got Forrest Fulmore. Who has got -1. So she starts chugging it down. The other human, sorry. Oh, and she can't quite hold her drink up though. And she's struggling. They go again. Oh no, Forest Form is not doing well. You see, the human woman clearly has got managing to keep her drink down a lot quicker than Forest can. And then finally... 9, and then finally, she's just chugging back a bit, barely be able to hold it, and then she just starts throwing up all over herself into her cleavage and all over her clothes as the other human woman just finishes off and slams the tankard down on the table, just being like, and then raises her fists up in the air like, yes! As many of the other patrons clap on. And then finally, Patch the Tiefling with his amazing -2 COD modifier.
Looks like it's all down to Patch.
The other one, the gnome. Ooh. Patch starts off though, he's chugging it with confidence and he's punching his air into the air, and you hear the other Forest is throwing up too much, but Osborne's son starts shouting, he's like, Patch, 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 and so some of the rest of the pub starts going, Patch, Patch, Patch.
Gertrude's just clapping along with the...
Yeah.
Next roll up. Oh, it's a 15 for Patch.
Let's go, Patch.
The gnome lady also gets a 15. They're holding it still with each other. They're both chugging away. Can they keep holding their drinks back? Patch with the final roll. Oh, it's a 15 for Patch. But the gnome... No, and Patch! He finishes the drink, slams it down on the table, and then just chugs it out, grabs another drink off the table, like, takes a load into his mouth and just spits the water into the air and just holds his arm back, like, yes! and then the gnome woman is just like, ugh, can't, just kind of falls forward, like, unconscious onto the table, and it's like, the innkeeper behind the bar just calls out and says, and we have your winners of the low stakes team, the Iron Promise! And then you see like all of them get to their feet, as they slowly make their way back to their own table.
So, well, you see that? The Patch won it for them is so good.
I understand the game now.
I'm excited.
Wait, did she ask Firion, are you excited?
No, but that's a good idea. Firion, are you excited?
No more or less than usual.
Oh, that's very exciting. Gertrude, you excited?
I always do enjoy a drink, Blossom.
Oh, yes. She looks over to the bar, waiting, with not much patience.
After a short while, you see the bell ring again once more, and she's like, next up we have the medium stakes teams! And everyone's like, whoa, like banging their drinks on the table, getting really excited. And it's like, first up we have the Booze Brothers! And they're like, booze, 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 like shouting really loudly. And it's like, the youngest brother of the Rockgut family, we have Connor Rockgut! And you see that the guy in the corner with the crazed face over, I'm on the wrong layer, over here, gets up and he's like, yeah, Rockguts! Then you see, then we have the medium brother of the Rockgut family, Jacob Rockgut! And you see this like huge guy like gets up, probably standing about 6'4", and he's like full with like rippling muscle and a neck that almost like is almost the same width as his head, and he just sort of stands up like, yes! And
Gertrude just whispers over to Blossom, looking at the size of these men. She's like, oh, we're in real deep shape now.
Don't have such little faith, Gertrude. Big men, it doesn't mean big bellies.
Well, and then finally with that, he says, and the oldest brother, Brandon Rockgard! And then this, like, 6'5", like, massive guy turns around. His huge belly just flops out as he does. And he's just like, yes!
Except that one.
And they're like, booze, booze, booze! And, like, all of them shouting the entire pub. And it's like, and their opponents! New to this town, it seems... The Spar Killers! And there's a few claps like, yay, Spar Killers! And it's like,
jumps on the table and she's waving at her. Yeah, that's us!
first up we have Blossom Thugwacker! And they she kind of point, and the dancing lights will start hovering around your guys' table, like highlighting Blossom first. And then
she's
plenty of people are clapping.
Swishing her hair, jumping up and down. Yeah, we got this! She's looking at both Gertrude and Viren. And
then she calls out, and then alongside her we have Gertrude von Tillage! And again the light starts circling around Gertrude as the patrons start clapping away.
She just does a little like spiral wave, like
yeah,
hello.
And
Blossom thing where you like trying to. Can't how to describe it. Where you like point into your friend with like, "Whoa, this person's amazing," sort of thing.
And then she calls out, and finally we have the sexy man, the Heartbreak Kid himself, Firion Moonlocks. As the lights start going round Firion.
Firion doesn't change at all. He's just calmly sipping his drink.
Does the same thing, and this time she casts minor illusion and puts like a load of leaves around him.
Oh, that's awesome. And it's like, all start making your way to the honor table. And you see these three big guys come sit, slightly smaller, on this side of the table.
Trude's like, which one do you want to go against?
Blossom like stares at the big guy. I want that one.
What about you, Firion?
I couldn't care less. Your choice.
Do you drink much?
I drink as much as I need to survive.
Well, maybe I'll go against the medium brother.
Alright.
Which one's the big guy again? The one in the middle?
The really fat guy on the end.
Yeah.
Is that a, from Temet? That looks like a Witcher picture. That'd be my guess.
It may well be, yeah. I can't actually remember. I made it a couple of weeks ago now.
The Witcher pictures are really good because they're everywhere.
Yeah. So, the first round comes up. Firion versus Connor Rockgut. Firion, can you please make a constitution check for me?
Easy, boys. Watch this!
20 is good. Connor. Oh, it's a high roll. You both start off strong as you manage to start sort of chugging down this ale that's been slammed in front of you by the innkeeper. And you're both keeping a similar pace, but Firion, you can see, is sort of slightly getting ahead. Both of you can tell. Another check.
Yeah.
Another check for me, please, Firion.
Easy. Shit.
However, this time, it seems that Connor is slightly catching up. He's like desperately, like almost like you see you see him like pushing the mug, like the tankard, like into his face, like come on. And then finally, one last one.
Yes.
With that, you see the room erupts as Firion finishes off his drink and just places it down on the table, and you see the guy in front of you is just incensed, like with this look in his eye. He's like, no! And he just kind of like falls back off his seat and hits his head against the wall, and just like, oh, and they just look down. Both the brothers look down at him, just like, just start laughing. And then the innkeeper behind the bar, she's like, and our first winner, Firion Moonlocks! And they're like, Spar Killers, Spar Killers! Like, some people are starting to pick up a chant now.
Oh, yeah, you can do it, Firion. And she gives him a minor illusion leaf. And then she does a little mage hand, pat on the back.
You start to see a few as Firion, you start to see a few other members of the crowd like shouting out, and they're like, HBK! HBK! A Heartbreak Kid. And that the
Firion doesn't react at all, just goes back to drinking his spitten.
With that, the next round is up as she calls for Gertrude and Jacob Rotgut. Gertrude, if you could please go on, Gertrude.
She puts out her hand and she's doing that thing where she's keeping her pinky off the glass. Mm-hmm. and she raises it up and she's just like, Prost!
The guy just looks at you like, you're gonna lose. Make your first check, please, Gertrude. Let's go. Oh, but first, Gertrude, please describe how you're getting the lead on him for me.
She just like opens the back of her throat, a bit like when you're downing stuff, and tries to like consume it like a snake.
And it's just you see the guy kind of looks at you as he just sees this small halfling woman just absorbing this large amount of ale, and he's like, oh quickly, next roll. Oh no, he rolled a 6. And Gertrude is getting the lead. He can't quite keep up. Final roll. Oh no!
Psyched him out with a pinky.
This guy is barely managed touching it, and it seems that he's been completely psyched out by Gertrude's first statement and seeing his brother, and he's just like, he just throws the mug on the floor and just spits it out, and it's just like, this is all rigged!
Gertrude's just like, that was really delicious.
And then finally, they call out the last one. It's like, but can we see if the oldest brother, Brandon, can defeat all 3? And then they call out, they bring down the 2 tankards, slam them in front of you, Blossom, and in front of Brandon. He's like, you ready, little girl?
I'm gonna win against you, big boy.
She starts pulls it back and like slams his tankard into yours and then just starts chugging it. Please make a con check for me, Blossom. Oh, it's a big roll to start for him. Oh, it's a draw. You're both chugging it alongside, and he's just watching you intently and then just looks into his beer. He starts like closing his eyes, almost like he's enjoying this.
Well, some of the like alcohol just falls into, like, dribbles into her hair, and she looks at it, sees she's missed some alcohol, gets a piece of her hair that's got the alcohol in it, and she like sucks it out.
Okay, next con check for me, please. Oh, nat 20!
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, he's just behind by 1. That's crazy. He's just like, he's chugging it so fast. He's like, you just see his throat, Firion and Blossom just like gulping back and forward. Finally, it's potentially the last one as he's 1 ahead of you. What was it, 17 for him?
Come on, Blossom.
Oh
no! He finishes off Blossom. He's like, well. Seems we have double elimination on our hands. And these guys like move off, and they sort of she signals for you, Blossom, to sort of step aside.
She like solemnly steps aside, but then she realised that both of her teammates are still in. She's like, "You get him!" And then she like pats you both on the back.
I'll try, Blossom.
The big guy like sidles up next to you, Gertrude, and just looks you in the eyes like, another little girl is gonna lose.
I'm a little woman, actually.
And she slams down another tankard in front of you both and then rings the bell once more as the patrons start banging their cups on the table. Please roll another con check for me, Gertrude. Oh, and he starts off strong once more. He's chugging it back. Second con check. Ooh, it's a bad one from him.
Yes!
Gertrude starts catching up though. She starts developing that technique more. She just opens her throat and just downing the ale.
Yeah, she's like hamster cheeks at this point.
It's 1-1. It's a big roll
Come
for
on.
him.
Come on, Gertrude.
Oh, that's Dex.
Yes!
Yeah.
It would still be 18 because it was a dexterity one, but it's still the Constitution. So with that,
Oh shit, yeah.
so I'll let you keep the roll. Gertrude, if you want to describe to me how you finish this guy off.
Yeah.
I think she would just like tilt her head 90 degrees and just try and pour it straight down, straight into her stomach. And she sort of puts it down. She's like, oh.
You see the guy he's smoothly drinking the beer, gulping away, and he just opens one eye for a second, and then sees Gertrude is like, just about finishing off, and then slams it down on the table as the crowd erupts in a massive round of applause, and they're like, Gertrude, Gertrude.
Like climbs up on the table, and she's like, thank you, everybody. Like, does a little bow and steps off.
The guy kind of looks up at you, and he's like, he holds up his head and then holds out his hand, and he's like, well drunk.
You too. And she shakes his hand.
He steps aside.
Blossom like runs up to Gertrude. You did it, Gertrude! And she like grabs her by the shoulders and starts casting minor illusion again, just for like load of blue lights everywhere, all around, making her glow basically.
I had to win really, so I could pay you back.
But you did really well, and Phil, you did good too. I'm sorry I couldn't use two. Oh, he had a bigger mouth than me. It's not fair.
Right, so Firion, you are now past the first one, past the second, past the third. Your Firion is actually not even drunk at all.
Yeah, he's nursing his spitting. He's fine.
Gertrude passed the first, passed the second, failed the third, making her tipsy. And then the second round, she failed another one. Gertrude, you are drunk at this point. So you have, God, I can't remember the rules now. That's annoying. I believe you have, advantage on checks essentially, but you actually have disadvantage on ability checks.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'll just quickly go on to
Yeah, go for it, and then I'd grab the rules for me. That'd be great.
What state's Blossom in?
Blossom passed the first, I believe. Passed the first, passed the second, and it'd be turned. Yeah, she actually passed all three. So Blossom's actually fine, even though she lost.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's just Gertrude who's like, Firion and Blossom are like, that wasn't too hard, and then Gertrude's like, yeah, drunk as fuck.
She's like, oh, I drank a lot more than you lot, I suppose.
Well, you did. Maybe we and me and Phil have a competition ourselves.
Oh, I like the sound of that. It might give Firion the confidence of that dwarf. And she's like,
So the pub starts getting very excited as the final contestants. You see a number of locals call up.
Oh, yeah, we need to fuck off.
She calls up 3 gnomes to the table. Who sit down in turn, calling out their name. And she says, first up we have the locals! We have the Shimmer Songs! And then the people go, I'm getting really excited for them. And then it's like, but up next we have the champions. They've won 10 times in a row now, ladies and gentlemen. And then everyone's like, like banging on the table really loudly. It's like, we have the dwarven trio of my own kin, the hardy Cauldron! And you see these this old dwarf like raise up and just like sternly go sit down opposite them, accompanied by a slightly younger dwarf with darker skin who sits down, and then you got this really quite a young busty female dwarf who's like really playing up to the fanfare, whilst the other two don't seem to be quite as bothered. And she points to the old man and says, "We have Grasniak Battletoe!" And he just doesn't even respond. And then we have up next, he points to the younger dwarf man and goes, "We have Thordrot Flatbrow!" And then some of the crowd's like, Thordrot! And finally, a woman after my own heart, Delbella Forge Sword! And she's like really cheering. So, if one of you can play the gnome on the left if you want, one of you, Hannah, you can play the female gnome in the middle, and then one of you others can play on the thing on the end. They all each have a +2 con mod.
Ooh.
Lewis, could you quickly add a blank sheet so I can put the drinking rules into Wildemount?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, Kieran. I'll do that.
I'll play lefty.
Rules. I'll put it in all players, and I'll put all players can edit. I'll move it down to supplemental material. There you go, Kieran. It should be there.
I put it in. Yeah, so she's drunk.
Yeah.
He's inebriated, so she's got disadvantage, but she thinks she has advantage.
Nice.
I'll play lefty.
Okay, so if you'd like to roll a con check, a d20 +2 for me, up against the middle-aged dwarf, the younger dwarf woman.
Boom! Shakalaka.
Ooh, start off, and this gnome, as you can see, is starting to chug it back. The spirit of his hometown behind him, all clapping. They're like, "Come on!" This is the second one. Not a good one.
Thank you.
Oh, she's falling behind though. Can't quite keep up. Final one. Potentially. And yeah, with that, she gets finished over. She starts bubbling out this ale and into a large cleavage as it starts going down. And you can see she's just like, oh, God. And kind of like rocking about and just kind of falls back slightly. Not quite ready for this evening's events, apparently, as the older dwarf looks to her and just shakes his head like, "God damn it," kind of thing. Next up, we have the younger dwarf on the right. So if Kieran, you want to roll a con check with a +2 modifier for me. Oh, but he starts off, this younger dwarf starts chugging it back fast. And you can see that he's clearly an expert at chugging beer. And he's chugging it back extremely fast compared to this other gnome. Next roll, please. And he can't keep up. This dwarf is just like, his beard is just dripping ale now onto the table as he chugs this ale back faster and faster. Last one, potentially. Oh, it's a low roll, though. But even with the lower roll, he just finishes him off and slams his beer down on the table. You see this one move off. And, not this one. This one move off. And you see the younger dwarf woman also move off. Finally, we have the other dwarf, Hannah. If you'd like to roll d20 +2 for me. This older dwarf, you can see, it just like locks eyes with this younger gnome and just then brings the beer to his thing and is just constantly staring at her. And he's almost like not even tilting the cup back, he's just like sucking the ale out of the thing.
It's just like, woo, woo, woo. And she looks at Blossom, like, for approval.
Yeah, Blossom's like, "You go, Gertrude, they're gonna win." She's doing the same as Gertrude, copying her.
So, Grasniak starts off. He's just going too fast for this younger gnome. Second roll, please. Ooh, it's a bad one, though. Oh, but she's slightly managing to catch up. She's got a lot of support behind her. Next roll, it's tied up. Oh, some bad rolls for this guy. But even worse is he takes the lead once more. Potentially the final roll. Oh. And with that, he just sucks the rest of this ale out, and then just drops the mug on the table and just like spits up some of the ale into the air and just catches it back in his mouth and just swallows it. She just kind of this gnome woman looks down and is just like dejected. Just ends up walking off. Sit next to her compatriot. And finally...
Gertrude's just like, oh, my father used to do that one.
Oh. Maybe he can teach me. Throw the ale up in the air. That's awesome.
Well, it'll probably be quite difficult. She looks back.
And finally, the last gnome against the two. If you could, Tom, please roll another check for me.
Easy peasy.
But the younger dwarf is starting off chugging fast once more. Second check. Not so great this time, but still, he's still ahead. Last one. Oh, it's a tie on the last one. One more. And with that, finishes off the gnome and just puts his hands up in the air and just like, yes! And like, we have your winners and still the champions of the Hour of Honor, the Hardy Cauldron! And then she's just like, the whole pub is just erupts in applause as they kind of just hold their hands up and they go, instantly the old man just goes over to collect his winnings from the front, and she just hands him this huge sack of gold, and then just he starts making his way off with the rest of them.
1,500 gold.
As he's like walking off, gonna do a minor illusion to make it rain ale as he's walking along.
Yeah, he just looks at you and just kind of there's a very slight kind of nod to you, and then just walks out of the pub. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the Hour of Honor is over! All hail to your champions, come collect your rewards and free drinks for the rest of the week!
What? Whoa, that's even better, Gertrude! And well done, Fiona, you got free drinks!
Well, I might go and have a rattler. I mean, I probably shouldn't have too much more if we're going to work tomorrow.
There's no such thing as too much, Gertrude. It's gonna run up the floor.
So the woman hands over 250 gold to you, and she takes a skim off the top for her profit.
Whoa! She runs back to the table. We got this much gold. She puts it all on the table.
Well, you should split it between you and Firian. I didn't put anything in.
Well, you won it for us as well, Gertrude. Well, if anything, I should not take any. I failed.
I have no interest in great wealth of coin.
What if I take 50 and then you both have 100?
Okay, if you're sure. I'm not going to turn down gold, you know.
Well, I got more free drinks anyway.
So, how much gold have we got left over from before? I'm just trying to think of how much to take away.
You put in 150, and then you got 250 back, so you gained 100 gold.
For you, Hannah, it should be gaining 25, because you should have put 75 in and got 100 out.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Plus 25.
Virian again has that like slightly look of disgust on his face. He scrapes it into his coin pouch.
Gertrude's just like, it's pretty disgusting when you think about it. How many hands each coin has passed through and what they could have done with it.
Oh, what do you think? What do you mean? What kind of things would they have done with it? I think the worst thing I've seen a copper piece being is some rat poo. But that's not that bad.
Well, I know children sometimes eat them, and then it passes all the way through.
Oh, that's.
Kieran did that.
You did that?
When I was a kid, yeah.
Wow, that's great. I did not know that.
Did you get it back afterwards?
No, but one did get lodged in my windpipe, and I had to have it surgically removed.
Oh,
Oh
fucking
my
hell.
god, Jesus, that's horrible.
What manner of coin was it?
It was a... fuck. It was a 2p.
Oh yeah, that'll get you. They're
Big
big
ones.
bastards.
Just think you might not be sitting here today.
Think about it as well.
2p could have got you. Right, so are you doing anything else this evening as you drink your ways into the night?
Blossom wants to have a little competition with Firion.
Okay. Little drinking
You want to
competition?
drink, Firion? We could do it just between us.
Sure.
Yeah! She's going to run up to the bar and grab some drinks for everyone, as well as Gertrude as well.
Yeah, when she carries over the drinks, the woman like winks at you as she does, and she's like, "Well done, dear. You did very well."
Oh, it was hard. That guy's really big.
Well, you
But I'll
earned,
get him.
you certainly earned it, and you know what he can say. You can handle a big man like that. You can handle anyone.
Oh, you damn boy, I can handle anyone. I can handle a dragon.
She winks at you and smiles.
And she runs off with drinks. She like puts them all on the table. I assume you've got enough for a little competition.
You do indeed. You want to do 3 each against each other?
Let's do this, Firion.
Are we wagering anything?
I don't. Do you have any idea what to wager? I don't have much on me.
He like pushes his entire coin purse forward.
Gertrude, even though she's drunk, she's like, if we're gonna do this, we have to agree to have a bit of recovery time tomorrow. Otherwise, we might not be much use.
So maybe, but we got a big mission tomorrow. We do it anyway. Okay, ready?
Gertrude's just like, well, hangovers are worse as you get older, but okay.
Are you matching my bet?
Yeah, she like just chucks the whole coin purse there as well.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
Roll your con checks.
Damn.
Blossom starts off strong, chugging it back. Firion is going slow.
She like swishes her hair.
Sometimes slow and steady wins the race.
Yep, Firian's just slow and steady.
Next one.
Ooh. Firion, though, this time,
Well-
thinking back to the old fable, the tortoise and the hare, as he slowly just starts raising it up further and further, and Blossom, you start to panic. It's
Glug,
1-all.
glug, glug. Ah!
Yeah, 20.
Yeah, nearly. It was nearly double nat 20s then. But Firion is just, he's just so fast he's going now, Blossom. You're like, how's he doing this?
Oh, it must be elf powers.
Final one.
Oh,
Eventually.
another one.
Yep, this is its first 2-3. Oh, the reverse as Blossom starts chugging it again and back in turn. One last check.
Gertrude's like, you want to be careful, Firion, if you're going to perform tonight.
He's drinking.
And with that, Blossom just managed to finish off the tankard and just slams it down on the table like, ugh. So, Blossom and Firion. Blossom passes the first one with a DC 10, I believe it is, Kieran, if you don't mind getting the DC up for me. I think it's DC 10 to start with, isn't it?
Depends if you're counting the ones we've already drunk.
That's a fucking good point. Of course, it does count that. So, actually, let me get it up. Drinking rules. Okay, so so you're actually on, I'd say round 3, essentially. So the first one you would have failed, Firion. Blossom would have passed. Then round 4 is 18. Firion passes that, so Firion is tipsy. And then Firion passes with a natural 20 finally, and then goes all the way up to drunk finally on round 6. And then Blossom passes at first, fails the second to go up to drunk, tipsy, I believe. And then nat 20, and then you're just drunk, Blossom, and Firion, you're also drunk.
Both feet a bit woozy now, right? She's just kind of like leaning on the table.
What performance am I meant to be doing, Gertrude?
Well, I thought you were entertaining the dwarf at the bar.
Having sex with her?
Yes.
Oh.
Sex? I thought you were sleeping with her.
It's a common colloquial term.
Oh. Okay.
I feel pretty good. I'll go ask her now.
Have,
Up and walks
have
over.
a good night, Firion.
Bye, Firion. Do as my mum always says and don't do what she did.
What did your mother do?
Well, she slept with a lot of people.
And this time you're using the colloquialism?
But I think so.
Where are we staying this evening?
Well, I'll stay here. I'll get a room.
Okay. Excuse me, madam.
Ah, Heartbreak Kid once more. Good to see you again, dear.
Shall we go upstairs now?
Oh, eager beaver, hey? Oh, I'd have to wait till I get off my shift, dear, but then afterwards can't wait to do all sorts of things to that sexy little body of yours.
Okay. He turns back round and goes to sit back down.
She's like, she sort of, you see her as you turn around, she sort of licks her lips and bites her lower lip, and then...
Gertrude
Firion sits back down and just says, she's not ready for sex yet.
Can Gertrude do a insight check on a woman?
Yeah, go for it. What are you trying to discern?
Well, when she was like licking her lips and stuff,
Yeah.
you know that we had like succubi?
Yeah.
Well, not really that, but like, well, she's very keen, very quick.
She is, yeah.
Disadvantage because you're drunko.
I rolled a deception check for her. You're not sure, Gertrude? Hard to read with that roll, I'm afraid. You get the impression that, I think you probably assume that she's just a horny barmaid.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be ready after work.
That's what she said.
Well, in the meantime, I really would like to go and see more fireworks. She's like looking out the window.
Yeah, you can see them out the window. There's plenty of people hanging around the windows, like looking up, and you can see loads of fireworks. You can hear them going off in the background outside the inn.
That's a really good idea. Sparklers. And she like dashes to the door.
So you dashing outside, just like running around with the sparklers in the streets. You
Yep.
do it.
She's going to get
Oh, she's gone to get more. Okay, yeah. So you run up to the. It doesn't take long for you to get to the stall, and they hands over more sparklers. How many of you want?
another 10.
Another 10. So that's another 2 silver. Right, yeah, 2 silver, I believe.
Oh yeah, you need to add 105 gold, 6 electrum, 89 silver, and 95 copper to your equipment.
What? How much?
105 gold.
I'll write it in the chat.
6 electrum.
Yeah.
89 silver. And 95 copper.
Put it in the chat for you, Hannah, if you need it.
Got all of Firion's money.
Done him a favour. No more metal.
Oh yeah. The true druids.
95. He likes to think so.
Yep, so she's grabbing more fireworks, more sparklers.
Yeah, just run back into the inn with these sparklers on.
Yeah, she's just kind of skipping her way back through, you know, and as she goes, she's kind of like, oh, look at all these fireworks, and like waving it in people's faces as she goes.
The guy behind the bar's like, careful, dear.
Yep,
make sure not to drop them. Just running.
Look at them! She waves them in everyone's face.
Is this pot on the table?
Yeah, it's like a tankard, I think.
Maybe you can put them in there. Might be a bit safer.
Luckily flowers. She puts like 3 in there. She's like, whoa, that's a really good idea, Gertrude. But she's waving around the rest of them.
They all just sit there on the tankard, just like sparkling away in front of Firion. Just some of the sparks like occasionally bouncing up onto your face and like, sort of slightly singeing it for a second.
Firion's a little bit drunk, so he's letting it pass for now.
So like, just walking around, just showing people her sparklers. It's like, look at this, it's amazing.
Yeah, most of the people are very excited. They're just like, yeah, sparklers.
As everyone else is getting excited as well, she's like jumping around, very giddy, very excited, and she's gonna cast minor illusion to make the sparks even bigger.
And they're just like, some of the people are like, oh, amazing, that's awesome, and they're just like clapping and very excited. The barkeep behind the bar is looking a bit like, be careful, but otherwise seems she's like watching you closely and looking to the mage that was casting the dancing lights before and just being like, watch her, please. And he sort of nods to her.
Blossom's particularly going up to this, the Iron Promise group. And she's like, what? That's so good.
Feel free to reply as Forrest, because basically your character, so...
It's all of them. She's going up to all of them.
Feel free to reply, guys, if you'd like. Your alternate universe versions of your character.
Osborne just looks over and he's like, very nice.
Do you want to dance, Mr. Osborne? With these sparklers?
Well, dwarves have 2 left feet, girl.
Well, I've got 2 right feet. We could be a good match.
Oh, fine. He gets up to go and dance.
We're dancing the night away with Blossom, Osborne's son.
Did anyone else say anything? Oh, I suppose I can reply as Forrest. Can I? You enjoy yourself, girl.
Patch would say, I've never seen Osborne look so festive, and use his magic to like make little symbols and sparks come off of Osborne as he's dancing around.
Amazing. You start dancing, sometimes knocking into these stools with this dwarf who's kind of like merrily, just with these sparklers flying around, occasionally like dropping some of them and then landing, running across the floor as the other mage kind of just like pings his hands together as they kind of go out.
It's nice to see him out. Enjoying himself with something other than a drink, I suppose.
Well, it came after the drink, so I'm not sure it counts.
Well, it's taking a drink away from his hands right now. You see Blossom's like holding both his hands, fireworks in between the fingers.
Like, well, this is a lot better than Herovia.
I think Firion, in the meantime, would have turned to Gertrude and just been like, "When was the last time you had sex?"
Quite a while ago. I haven't really had the time or the inclination to do it at the moment.
What's wrong with this evening?
I don't really. Well, not with random people. It's not really how I do it.
They aren't random, it's by proximity. They are close by. There's an opportunity.
Well, I like to develop a emotional understanding first, I suppose.
Oh. How long does that take?
I think it depends on whoever it is. Sometimes it can be short and sometimes it can be long, but there's never really any fixed rules.
What about him?
He just looks at him like,
maybe not.
What about him?
Well, he is rather attractive, but I think people become more beautiful the longer you, well, the more of an understanding that you have.
I see. He just goes back to drinking.
and he's like,
I just like to be friends with someone first, I suppose.
That seems like it takes a long time.
Yes, but I'm patient when it comes to those things and just in general.
Don't know how you manage your patience with such a short lifespan.
We don't know any other way, so...
Yeah, Firion just continues drinking.
Blossom dancing with Osdred clone. Brings Osdred over, like slowly dancing with him.
Who's Osdred? I don't know who you're talking about.
That's what I said, Osdred clone. Osborne, that's it. Yeah. Brings him over. So, this is Osborne. We just met. He's a very good dancer, even though he says he's not.
He seems quite terrible.
thanks. Well, yes, as well. He just looks around awkwardly.
Blossom puts his hand in Gertrude's hand. You two dance, and Firion, maybe you and there's a forest elfie woman over there. Maybe you dance. I'm gonna go dance with this one.
I didn't think Blossom would apply the principles of segregation to dancing.
Osborne's just like, is she always like this?
In the day and a half I've known her, she's been fairly consistent.
Well, and he holds his hand out to Gertrude, and she's like,
Oh no, I'm a bit too drunk.
and then he puts his hand out towards you, Firion.
Firion says, she would want you to be friends first. And then he stands up and takes Osborne's hand.
Yeah, Osborne looks up at him. He's like, you have quite a firm grip. I appreciate it.
Firion, shoves him back a little bit. Not aggressively, but just to make a bit of space, and then starts doing, some elaborate elven dance.
Yeah, Osborne would appreciate getting pushed back because he didn't want to be that close as either.
Blossom brings over these two. She's like, look, we can have lots of fun dancing.
Yeah, they would both move over.
Yeah. Forrest is like, well, suppose it's good to have some fun in between missions, bitch. Patch.
You keep getting my name wrong. I don't understand.
Sorry.
Does this not help? And he points towards the eye patch in his face.
Didn't even notice that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it does help.
I apologize, madam. And he's saying towards Gertrude. Would you care to dance?
I not right now. I'll watch though. I'm just feeling a bit giddy. I think I drank too much.
Oh, okay. But Gertrude, you got to dance. That's the power of music, you know?
She's gonna get up and she's gonna do a little and then she sits back down.
Blossom will just like take her hands and like wheel them around. It's like, well, you can dance sitting down, I suppose. And we all dance over here. Me and Teeth Man and Forest Head Lady and Dwarf Man and Ferion.
Yeah, yes, Blossom, you go and have fun. I'll just watch.
Yeah, so Blossom basically is just going to dance the rest of the night, pretty much.
Yeah, and you dance the rest of the night of the way with Patch and with Forrest and with Osborne. Firion, I assume, dances a little bit with Osborne, then kind of sits back down and resumes waiting to have sex.
He finishes his dance when the dance finishes. This is an elven dance. It's a ritual. When it finishes, he just abruptly spins on his heel and sits back down again.
Osborne would probably just go collapse in a chair and have another drink.
Very well. So, you all, as the fireworks boom outside and the eruptions of cheer occasionally and general merriment and excitement that fills the walls of the Blushing Tankard Tavern, slowly but surely, the fireworks become less frequent and the night becomes more and more quiet as you get late into the early hours of the morning, as many pile up all their stuff and get ready for another hard day's work ahead. As they do, the Dwarven lady calls for last orders, and then many drink of one last shot or a drink of ale, and then head out, leaving few left inside. Let me just quickly remove some of these. The woman comes up to the rest of you, and you see Forrest and Patch and Osborne also all head out after their evening of dancing with you.
Have fun on your adventures.
They all sort of wave you goodbye, and then the innkeeper behind the bar, she kind of leans over and she's like, well, I know where he's sleeping tonight, but where are you two sleeping?
I'm tired. I feel like just sleeping anywhere. She just collapses on the floor.
Do you have a fancy room?
I do indeed, and I assume your friend will want one as well when she decides to wake up?
I have a fancy room was for her. I'll just have a normal one.
Okay, that'll be 1 silver and 8 copper, please.
Yeah, she meant both, but is that the price?
Oh, I see what you mean. In total, then about 2 gold she'll charge.
Oh yes, that's fine.
Yeah, she hands you both a key, or hands over both keys to Gertrude. And so I assume you attempt to carry Blossom up to bed.
He's like,
don't be too rough with him. We have a mission tomorrow.
I'll be careful. She kind of smiles.
and she goes to give the key to Blossom, and she's like, "Hey," and she's asleep. She'll kick her slightly, and then be like,
just groggily look up at you, Gertrude. Oh, is it bedtime?
Yes, Blossom.
and she hands out the key.
I got you the fancy room, seeing as you couldn't sleep in it last night.
Thank you. It's a good idea, Gertrude. Although we could just stay together. That was fun last time.
It was, Blossom, but I might get more hungover if I don't have my beauty sleep.
I thought you was very beautiful sleeping, to be honest.
Oh, thank you, Blossom.
Right, so do you both head up to bed?
Yeah.
So if you'd like to do it now, and we're going to do the hangover check. So how drunk you were both on drunk level? So it's the third level. Roll on table 2. Okay, so yeah. Both roll.
Only 2 hours.
So roll a d8, Hannah, and then take away a con mod. Okay, you don't even have any hangover at all.
She's unstoppable.
Right.
Firion, meanwhile, the barmaid is like, well, just looks like it's the 2 of us.
Do you want to have sex here? I assumed we'd be going upstairs.
We will. And she locks up the bar for the night and takes your hand and then leads you up to her room, where she quickly embraces you in a fiery kiss.
Whoa.
Before a night of I don't even know how to describe a lovemaking scene, but you can all imagine bed pillows tossing and turning, and she's very rough.
I think she might be a little bit disappointed with Firion. Firion, I think, is quite perfunctory.
Yeah.
He's quite matter of fact. Like he doesn't leave her wanting, but he'd be like, "There, we've sorted you out, and now I'm sorted out, and that's done now."
Yeah. She might actually like that, I think.
Ah, well, there we go.
And she'd sort of throughout the night she might have a sort of a cigarette kind of thing, and eventually in the morning she would kick you out early, and she's like, I've got to get ready for my shift, but maybe tomorrow night if you're around, because it gives you a wink.
He just leaves.
Yeah. So if you'd like to roll on the d8 for me as well, please, Fiona, minus your con modifier.
D8 minus con, so D8, take away 1.
7 hours hangover. That is cruel mistress.
Level up.
Not yet, no, not yet. I'm gonna go quickly pee, but I'll be right back.
Long rest.
You will get a long rest, yes.
It's fine. I'm sure we can hang about for 7 hours.
Most of the day.
Pretty much all of the day, probably, yeah. Oh, these characters are so charming.
I like them.
How long is this campaign? It's like Lewis is doing. It's like a mini campaign, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's very long.
Yeah.
But I think he's planning on continuing it a little bit after. So
Yeah. And I know he said that we might be able to come back to it in the future,
yeah.
which is cool.
Yeah. I think he likes the setting quite a lot. Wildemount.
Yeah, I love it. I love it to bits. I was watching the latest episode of Crit Roll today, and it's so annoying because it's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like someone put a delicious dinner in the middle of a field of shit. So I'm just like, I have to walk through the shit to get to the delicious dinner that is Matt Mercer's world building, but I have to deal with all the people that have grown to annoy me so much.
Who's the most annoying in the later episodes?
Probably Liam, Caleb.
He's always been a bit annoying there.
Yeah, I think the more I watch him, the more I realise he plays one character. Like, Caleb is just the same as Vax, the more I watch him. It's the same
watched that.
broody, easy mode. I really recommend Campaign 1. The longer I've had to reflect on it, the more... When I watched it at the time, I was like, this is so much worse than Campaign 2, but the more I've reflected, I was like, I actually really prefer this Campaign 1.
I think I've only watched the episode 1, but yeah, I can't remember, so...
The first, 25 episodes are quite tough to get through, because they have a guy playing with them who eventually leaves the show because he's very contentious and not a good player to play with them. But after that, it's really, really great. It's very traditional adventure.
Oh, fair. I still have to get through the second one anyway, so...
How far are you through it?
Not that far, really. I'm like episode 40 something.
Yeah, I can't even think what that is. What's happened recently?
Something. Oh, it was a while ago. I listened to it, to be honest. But something to do with Not and her backstory.
Oh, okay, sure. Yep. I do really like Not. I love Sam in general.
Yeah, I like Not. What do you like Talison's character?
Talison's character building is fucking incredible in both campaigns. His character building is by far and away the most interesting.
It's really good.
But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I think I've just watched them all so much now that I'm like, it was inevitable that I build up little things that annoyed me about them. So it's probably not a fair reflection, but sometimes he bugs me. He gets a little bit what's the word? A little bit like trying to meta gaming, like trying to push a little bit to get advantages.
But then again, everything you love, you also hate something about them.
True.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love money, but I hate 2p pieces that get stuck in my throat.
I love money, but I hate capitalism.
I thought you were going to say cabbage then. I love money, but I hate cabbage.
I was like, okay.
More cabbages.
So good.
My cabbage corp.
Who was it that said to me recently we're going to watch Avatar? Maybe Ali. Might have been Ali that said it.
Everyone needs to watch Avatar.
Do it. It's the best show ever.
Yeah, everyone needs to watch Avatar without the sound on.
Oh.
It was a joke because I had to do that at Lewis's house.
Oh, you meant James Cameron's Avatar.
Oh!
I meant Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh.
If you haven't seen that, Kieran, you definitely should.
I need to watch it at some point, but I watched too much Walking Dead and now I'm sort of burnt out of watching television. I wasted it.
Wasted.
Very understandable.
Oh, right. So, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Right, so you all wake up.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go on.
What does hungover do? Is it like drunk?
I believe. Let's go a quick look again.
Just so I play it.
You gain the poisoned condition. You have disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks.
Shit. Roger that.
That's pretty harsh.
It's fine. I did it.
Did indeed.
Poisoned on. Let me just check it's working. Yeah. Alright, didn't roll with disadvantage at all. Alright, I'll just make sure to do disadvantage as we play.
Yeah. Okie doke. So, you each awaken in the morning. Blossom and Gertrude's not feeling too bad, but Firion, oh god. Like, after the heavy night of rambunctious sex and little sleep, you do manage to get a long rest, but you do feel pretty rough and not quite yourself.
I think Firion be super irritable because the morning's a really important time for him with his druidic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like little rituals and things, and like feeling miserable going through that. It's just like, ugh. Yeah.
So
brace yourselves, everyone.
Throughout the from the windows, you can all see, looking out, the the whistles going off as many of the gnome workers and other races all head down into the Iron Lot streets to make their money for the day and work their long 12-hour shifts after their 12-hour party night, let's say. What are each of you doing this morning?
Blossom gets up, not groggy at all, bangs on Gertrude's door because she doesn't know where Firion is.
Oh no.
Gertrude! Gertrude!
At that, Gertrude would still be in bed asleep, and she'd be like, and she'd like go to the door, answer it in her like night dress, and her eyes like, and her hair's everywhere. And she opens the door and she's like, "Hello, Blossom."
Oh, you look amazing, Gertrude. Are you ready to go already? That was speedy.
Give me an hour. Give me half an hour, and I'll come down. I'm feeling a bit rough.
Okay, I'll wait in here.
Oh, you can go down. I'm sure Firion's down there already.
You're right. Maybe he is. She rushes down.
Gertrude's like, "Oh, time to get on."
So I imagine Firion is probably sitting downstairs after the innkeeper that you never got the name of pushed you out in the early morning so she'd get ready for her shift.
Lewis.
What?
When I change the health on D&D Beyond, it changes on Roll20.
What the fuck? Why does it work in here?
For Firion. I was like, I didn't change it on Roll20. What's going on?
Wait, I think
I'm
I
gonna
might
test
know
it
why.
right now. 5 damage on Roll.
I know why it is. It's because you have to put the HP and AC not as capitals because they're already a thing on there. I know how to fix it now for the other campaign. Woo!
Oh yeah, that is what I did. I
Yeah.
used the HP and AC that were already
Yeah,
there.
but that makes sense. Because I made.
What?
Don't worry, Roll20 shit.
Yeah.
If you change your HP on D&D Beyond, Hannah, if you update it,
It's not changed.
weird. Let me quickly look at Blossoms.
Maybe you have to drag her out again after the change or something.
Yeah, Blossoms is. Try again. I mean, try changing the HP on D&D Beyond.
Nah, press long rest.
Try changing it just normally. Like, try just changing a... change it to HP to, like, 1. Did it work? No, it didn't work, I assume.
No.
I don't know why.
Well, no, it's just me. It's my personal power.
God, I have no idea. It's so inconsistent.
Super inconsistent.
Anyway.
I am seriously looking at like the other virtual tabletops for campaign 2.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Oh no! Don't change it. Then I have to change.
You don't.
Fuck that, I'm not changing Kieran, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly.
I've already spent way too long with Roll20. I've sunk cost fallacy.
The only reason I was considering it is because I'm having to, because I'm changing from all my old like asset shit to the token style.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm not losing much by doing that, so
yeah,
that's why.
I do have everything saved in, but not those notes in the journal. I mean, I would have to be like, I'm going to go through and copy and paste all of them all the way over. But then again, I would do that kind of shit. So.
Well, let me be the test subject, so I'll just report back if they're any good or not.
Anyway, so Blossom makes her way down, I assume, and finds Firion downstairs.
Yep, he definitely would be downstairs, and he would be openly hungover. He would be like head in hands, nursing like a water.
She's like bounding down the stairs, bouncing up and down, skipping a little bit, jump in the chair. Morning, Firion! She's kind of loud.
Hello.
You guys, your head a bit ouchy. Well, I'm not surprised. We did have a good competition.
I drank too much.
Oh, there's no such thing as too much, Firion.
I disagree.
Oh, okay.
Are we heading... Oh. Are we heading out soon?
Well, I hope so. I woke Gertrude up, so she said she'd be ready in half an hour, I think it was, yeah.
Please talk quieter.
Well, her job, she's gonna calm down in half an hour.
Okay. I'm gonna go and sit over here.
Oh. Okay, well, if that chair is better, I'll come with you.
Varian wouldn't be making small talk at the best of times, let alone hungover.
She's gonna talk about how many things she saw on the ceiling that night.
Oh no!
Were in her room.
Oh fuck, actually that's something I need to check, whether Varian would have prepared different spells. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say, because he's hungover and because he had a very busy night, he doesn't get to change his spells.
Okay, yeah, I like that. That's cool.
While Gertrude's up in her room, what were our leads to go to the
So your next big lead was to try and ascend the mountain pass of the Silver Quail Ridge itself, to head up to the top of the Silver Falls, as it seemed that Nima's note that she left in her house seemed to indicate there seemed to be some kind of cave that was behind the top of the Silver Falls waterfall. The Silver Falls is this massive waterfall. If you look in your Dangerous Designs player handouts in the Huppadook one, in the picture, you can see that massive waterfall that's coming down from the top.
Oh yeah.
That you would have to make your way basically up to that middle point.
Yeah. She was trying to think of if there's anything less strenuous they could do in the morning, but she's got a Vox Seeker, right?
She does indeed. She has to go. I believe she had to go collect it from, from Clef Master Master Maker Clef Tinkertop.
Yeah. So she's thinking to suggest to do that first to try and help everyone recover from a hangover a bit.
Yeah, so you can. It's still early in the morning. It's probably about 9 o'clock, I'd say. Considering you're up to late hours in the morning, you can. You would be able to go down to that part of the city, spend some time, wasting some time if you'd like, and if you arrived at the outer parts of the assembly yard, you would find Master Maker Clef Tinkertop once more with his daughter. Working on their glider once more. You get down there and as he does, the glider kind of springs up and the wings smash together, and this little bit of metal goes flying off and just hits Clef right in the head, and he's like, "Oh god damn it, the stupid glider!"
This would be after she's met them, so she wouldn't go alone. She's just thinking of things to do to.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, if you want to play out this stuff first, then that's fine.
Yeah,
to ward off Blossom.
So she comes down eventually.
Yeah, so you join them in the tavern. Is there anything you want to say or do to each other before you head out for the morning?
There you are, Gertrude. Firion is a bit ouchy, but I think we're ready to go.
Firion is covering the ear that's closest to Blossom, and has been for some time.
Yeah, I think we should go down to Tinkertops first, so I can collect my Vox Seeker. Maybe it would give us let Firion recover a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go do that.
Well, I can't imagine ascending the falls is going to be easy.
Oh, you just do a bit of rock climbing, right? Have you done rock climbing before?
Gertrude looks at her little hands and she's like,
"Well, I'm not really designed for it, but if it's the only way up."
Do a nature check for me, Gertrude, or anyone else who thinks they might be familiar with the area. You live in Felderwin, so it's not exactly far. Yeah, the 15 Gertrude, you'd be able to determine that the Silberquell Ridge, climbing up that far, you know that there are a number of like mountain like trails that would sort of wind up that way. You know it's quite a long journey. About you're not 100% sure which way is the best way to go. You reckon that maybe it could be like a 6-hour journey if trying to find your way up there and find the exact route could be quite difficult. But you're not. You could, you know, if you maybe you had like a proper. If you had an exact route, you might be able to get there in maybe half the time. But you know, it's not. You wouldn't have to climb up the face of the mountain, let's put it at that point. But there would be trails heading up there. But it's quite a long journey.
Well, it's quite a long journey. Maybe it'll give Firion time to recover anyway.
Oh, nice breezy walk, Firion.
I don't need to recover. I'm fine.
That's the spirit, Firion. Let's go.
Okay, so you're heading down to the assembly yard to find Master Maker Clef Tinkertop?
Yee.
Okay.
Firion is leaning heavily on his stuff.
Move you across to this for now then. So, you make your way through the iron lot streets and eventually all the way down to the assembly yard. Ooh. Turn that down a bit, it's a bit loud. There we go. Just quickly set up my old camera. Right, so you make your way through the busy streets of the down from the idlework shelf through the iron lot streets and eventually down to the assembly yard. You see plenty of people now are already at work. Some going to work in their shops, perhaps herbalist shops or other places like other merchants' places. Other people are heading down to huge smelters, and the Firemark facility is rushing about. You see like a builder's plot and all sort of different bits and smithies and other bits as you make your way through the iron lot streets, eventually arriving at the builder's plot on the edge of the assembly yard. You quickly find Master Maker Clef Tinkertop. As I said before, you see the glider him still working on it, snaps up, a bit of metal flying into his head, and he's like, "Oh God, stupid glider!" "Oh, hello everyone again." Oh, damn it! Risa, pass me the cloth. And she like passes over this little cloth for him. He's got like a little, like just a little bit of blood that's coming down his head. He's like wiping it off. He's like, "Come, flasted thing."
Hello. We've come for the Vox Seeker. If you've managed to have time to fix it.
Oh yeah, yes, of course. Let me just fetch it for you.
And he sort of moves off to the side of this little area in the builder's plot, and little shack he's got out there, and he sort of pulls out this automaton crab that kind of follows him out and just like a little spider just crawls up next to you, Gertrude. And he's like,
Yes, you're free to take the thing. The design is not so great. But yes, I hope it serves you well. Ouch.
Thank you. I hope, are you planning on flying your glider off the waterfall?
Well, perhaps it might be an idea when it's more ready, but currently it's not quite close to operation. As you can see, I'm having a few technical issues.
Well, I hope it goes well.
Just a few more kinks to iron out, though, and then you'll see the righteous brand will be flying right into the dynasty with... Or every single righteous brand soldier will have one of these babies.
I'm sure, well, it looks impressive. I hope...
She looks around at Blossom.
Sorry, I missed some of that.
She's just trying to like escape the conversation by looking at Blossom.
Alright. Yeah, but Blossom's actually kind of distracted, to be honest. Just kind of looking in the dirt, looking in the
Looking in the dirt.
looking in the boxes, whatever he's got in nearby.
Yeah, there's like
Just being
loads of
nosy.
different boxes full of tools. There's scrap metal lying around everywhere. There's lots of different machinery that's all over the place.
Yeah, she just like pulls out a bit of metal. She's like, "What? You're gonna add this bit of metal to that little Vox thing? You can make it look like he's got a little crown on."
Not right now, I'm afraid, my dear. I've got quite a busy schedule for keep up the old war effort, you know. But you're free to take it if you'd like. I've got more than enough.
No, she just kind of dumps it back in the box and starts looking for spiders in the dirt.
Well, good luck with your creation. We're heading up the waterfall today, actually.
Oh, well, good luck to you, and have a lovely day. Say goodbye to the nice people, Risa.
And she's like, looks up from her work and she's like, goodbye. See you later.
Yeah, Gertrude waves.
So, are you all heading off out of Huppadook to head up onto the pathways up to the Silberquell Ridge?
Yeah, Blossom's kind of skipping ahead.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Quickly get some old music on. Right. So, you leave the smoky atmosphere of the city for cleaner mountain air as you begin your hike up the treacherous heights of the Silberquell Ridge. The steep climb grows more and more precarious as you go, with pathways becoming thin and hard to traverse among the cliffside trees and grey rock of the mountainside. You keep the silver line of the tumbling waterfall always in your sights, a guide towards your hopeful destination. Can whoever is choosing to lead, can you please describe to me how your how your first sort of hour of your journey is going, and then once you do, please make a survival check for me.
And Blossom is skipping slightly ahead,
Okay.
but she's not really noticing that. I mean, she's looking around. She's pretty in awe of the scenery, but it's not. But it's more la 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 la.
It's an impressive.
She's coming and as she's going along.
Yeah, it's an impressive view, Blossom, as you make your way looking up at these grand mountains that make your diminutive size seem even smaller as it dwarfs you in comparison. And as you do, you're skipping along, a little cricket flies and lands on your head for a moment, and you look up at it like, oh, and then it just flies off into the wind.
Bye, cricket.
You can see now the clouds overhead are slightly darkening, not enough to worry you for any significant amount of rain, but you do think that if this starts raining too much, we might have an even more difficult journey ahead of us.
Slippy rocks, they're not very fun. As my mum always says, bring a coat in the rain as well.
Sorry. Firion is like fairly far back. Just nursing his head.
As she's walking along, I think Blossom would occasionally be looking up at the big grand rocks and being like, oh my god, that one looks like a dog.
What's Gertrude doing in this time?
Gertrude's firmly in the middle, so watching Blossom up ahead and then seeing Firion at the back, just like basically acting as the thing that's keeping it in a line and not breaking apart.
Yeah. As you do, Gertrude, the hour sort of passes by and you see the sun now, sort of the midday sun reaching its highest point and shining through the overcast clouds that threaten to darken your day further. So whoever wants to, please roll a survival check for me.
Gloss. No, Gertrude will do it. She's in the middle and seems to be.
Yeah, I can do it. 19.
Ooh.
Very nice. So, Gertrude, as you make your way further up the ridges, there's a sort of what looks at first like you think, oh, this looks kind of like a more well-trodden path than some of the others. And whilst Blossom is kind of skipping off into a path that almost leads to an edge at one point, and you're going to call out to her like, no, don't go that far. And then she kind of skips off back and just mindlessly enjoying the hike together. You manage to look more carefully at the ground, and you guide the group further up this more treacherous path, but it seems that this may be the right way. And about halfway through, you start to see tracks more clearly on this path. And looking down, you think, yeah, that they look familiar. Having seen what you saw the day before, these tracks are almost certainly recent, and they are from kobolds that are leading up the mountain.
She'd be like, everyone?
Yes, Gertrude?
Yes.
There's kobold tracks here. We should be careful.
Just buddies.
Yes, and you know how tricksy they were last time.
Well, they were very tricksy. I didn't see them coming a mile away. Do you think we should go up this way?
Well, I think this will be the quickest way, but we should be on guard.
Yeah, as Gertrude says, be on guard. She does the karate move, sort of fists.
Yeah. So, with that survival check, Gertrude, and finding those tracks, you essentially cut the amount of time in half. So, from a 6-hour journey, it's now only a 3-hour journey.
I don't know if that's good or bad with Fury.
Yeah.
True.
It's happened.
We shall see. So within the first hour, can one of you please roll a d8 for me?
They Gertrude did it.
Firion can do it. You won't get disadvantage on it.
True.
Fuck off.
Okay. As you're making your way up the ridge, after about an hour and a half of travel, you make your way to this location. Let me quickly drag you. If you'd like to place your tokens down here.
Oh my god, it's this map! This is the map that the arrows would have fought 2 Behirs on if you'd gone over the mountains towards the deep hole.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Yeah.
What's a Behir?
It's pretty powerful. It's like a sneaky lizardy thing, so it's got legs but lots of them, and it fires lightning out of its mouth. It's strong. It would have been a really tough fight.
I want to see one.
No.
Not
right now. It'd be so fucked.
No.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, as you make your way up throughout the mountain, let me lower this music because clearly nothing of awful is going to happen. let me put this music back on for the second. So,
Oh my god.
as you make your way further up the mountain, can one of you please do a perception check for me, or if all of you would like to, feel free. Very nice. Okay, yeah.
Ooh.
All of you hear in the very it sounds very far at first. You hear an eagle screeching sound. At first you just think, oh, it's just an eagle, you can just ignore it. Then you hear it again once more, and it sounds like it's getting closer and closer. And then, from the western side of higher up on the ridge, you see this creature flying in. large with huge wings, 2 horrible claws that sticking from its front of its hands, and a long beak protruding from the front. It lands down on the ridge above you.
Shit.
And it eyes you immediately. Can each of you roll a nature check to see if you recognise what this creature is?
It loves it.
It's a bird, isn't it?
So both...
my head hurts too much to care.
Yeah, Firid is just like, ugh. But while Gertrude and Blossom, you both look up and you see a hippogriff.
Oh my god, he's so cute!
As you say that, Blossom, it catches you immediately. It looks hungry, and it starts flying down towards you. Can you all please roll initiative?
I don't want to kill him.
Alright, so let's get the other thing up.
Oh, whoops.
Okay, yeah, not bad. Right, flies down to sort of this part first. It's about 10 feet up in the air, hovering above the ground, like swooping down towards you.
Oh.
Gertrude, you're up first.
Gonna be like,
Blossom.
and she walks forward 5 feet.
Yep.
So what did she say to Blossom? I missed it.
She sort of started and didn't really say anything.
Okay. What should we do?
She's gonna create bonfire.
Okie doke. So is that a dex save, I believe?
Yes, please.
If it's 10 feet in the air, does it get it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it's a 5-foot cube.
Okie doke, so you can just cast it anywhere.
Yeah.
That's fine. Dex save. That's a 9. I believe that's a failure.
Yeah, it fails.
It says bonfire on the ground.
So let me look it up.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I didn't see that. You're right.
Does it say how high the bonfire is?
It says on the ground.
Okay.
Yes, it's a 5-foot cube. It's
5 foot high as well. So yeah, it is above the bonfire, I'm afraid. But you would know that, so you could do something else if you choose to.
So yeah, floating bonfire.
We will get out a little dart from her backpack
Okie doke.
and throw it at disadvantage because it's really far away.
That hits.
nice.
At 3 points of piercing damage. Nice. You throw out this dart, hitting into the side of the hippogriff. Blossom, it's your go.
Don't know if... Well, she's gonna run forward.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it won't do the stupid Q thing.
You have to move the token and then press Q. So like you're holding the token as if you're ready to drop it.
Okay. And she's gonna do. I got no ranged shit. Don't think. Throw a dagger at it, I suppose. But no, she's gonna do a minor illusion.
Okay, interesting. What are you trying to do with it?
Gonna make a little a bigger minor illusion can be create an image of an object, or image can't portray physical image. Oh, it can only be an object. Sound or an object. Oh. Okay. Could be. I'll do silent image instead then, because apparently minor illusion can only be an object, which is really lame. So I'll do silent image, and she's going to make a little image of a, I don't know, whatever hippogriffs prey on.
Do a nature check for me, just because this might help you. Because you did know what it was, but I just want to see. Oh well. Oh, that was. Wait, why did it not? It did re-roll it, but it didn't actually go in the chat. That's really weird. But because she got the natural one, but it re-rolled automatically because it's hard in luck.
Show up as the answer. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, you rolled an 18, so it should be 17. On the dice that I saw.
I can roll it again if you want.
That's all right. I saw the 18 on the other dice, so a 17. Yeah, you would know that hippogriffs often prey on smaller animals than you. Sometimes weasels and things like that. It's actually quite unusual they'd be going for something quite as big as you. It must be quite a hungry hippogriff, you think. So you can make an image of like a weasel or some kind of badger or anything like that on the ground.
Make image of like. Can I do two weasels just dashing around?
Can you put the silent image in the chat for me?
15-foot cube, so.
Yeah, I think a 15-foot cube, definitely, yeah. Image a creature.
Okay, right.
There's no I don't know how I feel about that. There's a creature, so I think one creature.
Okay, we'll go for the bigger one then. We'll go for a badger.
Okay.
And maybe 60 foot. So she'll just do it as far away from us as she can, and going like the other way.
Okay, so whereabouts you want it? 60 feet from you.
So, well, which direction are we going? We're going in this way.
Going that way, yeah.
Yeah, so she's going to want it going the other way, so behind her, I suppose.
60 foot behind you. So like down here.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure?
Although... No. Let's put it in this bush over here.
Over
like
here.
where it can see it, though. Yeah.
Okay. Right, let me just quickly... Luckily, thanks to your million different tokens, I can... Yeah, you can do it up here if you want. I've got a badger token already prepared.
Yeah.
So, okay. That's your turn. The hippogriff. Okay, now it's got 3 targets. So I'm going to roll... Let me see if I can just... I'm going to do an intelligence check for it to see if it can discern whether that's real. Because based on that, a creature using its action to discern... has to use its action, so it wouldn't do that. So it's going to just go for one of the randoms, I think. It's going to be a random 1-2 for Gertrude, 3-4 for Blossom, 5-6 for the illusion. It's going for the illusion.
Oi.
So it flies, it can fly 60 feet. As it lands that down and swings in with its claw and then bites down with its beak, but it just goes right through it.
Yeah.
Having 0 effect. Firion.
Firion is like, oh god. Hungover hippogriff fighting. he would try and keep them spread apart like that. He's got nothing. He will cast Shillelagh as the runes light up across his staff.
Mm-hmm.
And he will hold his action to attack it with a melee attack if it gets close.
So let's quickly reload my web page. So bear with me. Un momento. Right, there we go. Gertrude, you're up next.
So has it landed?
Yep, it's landed now.
Okay. She'll she'll cast create bonfire on it then.
Okay. Quickly grab. 1 second. Closes almost things when I reload the web page, annoying me. Dex save, is it?
Yeah.
That's a nat 20, I'm afraid. As it looks
crap.
down to the badge, it swims through, realizes that it's not real, and you try to make the force of fire come out from the ground below, and it just quickly just like, "Aah!" and then just like jumps back from it. Anything else?
I forgot. A creature must also make the saving throw when it moves. Oh, don't worry.
Okay. Blossom then.
Damn it. Yep. Blossom's done, so she's gonna run up.
Okie doke.
And let's range. She's gonna do a short bow attack, I guess.
Okay.
Is it on the ground?
It is on the ground, yeah.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Just short bow.
Okay, make an attack roll for me. Unfortunately, you just miss with that roll. As you fire off wide into the bushes.
Yeah, she like trips on the way. She's like, ah!
Okay, the hippogriff, now seeing, moves up into Blossom's range. It's going to make its first attack against you. Hits.
Ooh, shit.
What? Well,
Dealing 11 points of damage the first.
straight down.
Yeah, this thing's strong. Okay, straight down. It's going to make a second attack against you with its claws, which is with advantage because you're down. Hits, so you get 2 death save. No, 1 death save automatically.
2.
Is it 2? Sorry, it's an automatic crit, isn't it? Yeah, so
Yeah.
2 automatic death saves. That is its turn, however.
Oh, God. Firian's like, Blossom! Runs up. He's gonna cast Cure Wounds on her.
Yeah.
Nice, 9
9
points
HP.
of healing to Blossom.
Oh,
And I think he has 5 more feet, so he's gonna square up to the beast. He's got his staff out. It's like, back! Get back! Noble beast.
Okay, Gertrude, it's your go.
Gertrude's worried, so she'll run up. She'll try and strike it with her quarterstaff.
Yeah. That hits. Is it 2?
So
No.
two-handed.
9 points of damage.
She'll do her unarmed strike.
Okie doke.
So she's just been like, get back from her!
That misses, unfortunately.
Does she still have the bonfire up?
Yeah.
Did it end its turn still on the bonfire?
It didn't, it moved. It was here, the bonfire.
Ah.
So it moved up to attack. Blossom.
Roger.
Sorry, I should have put a little.
No, I put it in.
There you go.
Hit for you.
That's your turn. Blossom, it's your go.
Blossom's like, I tried to distract it. And then she's gonna, is it halfling nimbleness? Or is it something else? I forget.
That's
yes. Nice.
That's really cool, actually. Yeah, you're right. You can run through.
Smart.
Get my butt over there.
Yep, you got
Try
flanking.
Firion.
You got flanking.
I'm just gonna double dagger.
Okay, first attack with advantage. Definitely hits. 11 points of damage. Blossom, how do you want to kill this hippogriff?
She just jumps on its back. She's like, you're too cute, but I have to. And she like stabs it in the head.
Yeah, you stab it in the back of the head as it just, and it just starts freaking out and moving around and trying to squawk, and slowly but surely it just stumbles forward, losing its life, falling down, dead. So, after your battle with the hippogriff, how did each of you react?
Gertrude's just like,
It's a shame we had to kill it.
I was gonna try and run away with the delusion, but it figured it out too quickly.
Firion kind of kneels down. He puts a hand on the hippogriff. It's just like, I'm sorry we intruded in your land.
Do they normally go for such large prey, Firion?
No. It must have been desperate. Does it look like gaunt?
Looking upon it now, you can see that it does look quite gaunt, Firion.
Yeah. It seems to have struggled for prey.
Well, remember forever, feathery friend. She's gonna take a feather.
Yeah, you can pull a feather from there if you'd like.
Yeah.
Firion stands back up. Well, it was not strong enough to best us. Law of the Wilders claimed another life.
Yeah.
Well, at least we know we can handle ourselves.
Yeah. Thank you for helping me there, Firion. I think it was you.
I wouldn't let you perish.
That's really kind.
Was functional. We are stronger as 3 than as 2.
Such. You're right, such wise words, Firion. We will continue as 3. And she strides on ahead.
The Spar Killers. I'll be right back really quickly. I'm just going to quickly feed Rumble because he's getting a bit anxious.
God, level 1 is just like anything can kill us.
Yeah, you fucking dunzo. Oh my god. That's my 1 spell slot. I've got 1 more.
I used my only silent image as well.
That's crazy. What's your first level spell that you got, Gertrude?
Create bomb? Oh wait, comprehend languages.
Oh, nice. That
I
is
thought it
a
was
very good.
character.
Yeah, that is a very good campaign one.
Blossom died. We'd have to do some sort of divine intervention to get her back.
Right, Ferian would have done exactly the same thing as if the hippogriff died. He'd have been like, "You weren't strong enough. The law of the wild has claimed its life for today." He'd take her hair and he'd be like, "I'll remember you by this single strand of hair."
So then her sister, Bellopton appears.
That'd be her mum, who we hear so much about. Be Mama Blossom.
She's got several mums.
Mama Thugwecker.
There's just so many images in this campaign that really stand out. Like when, because they're both halflings when they're eating the food, it would be like, oh, no. The Tyrion looking on like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that would have been him pecking away. It is a wonderful mismatch. I love it.
Apologies, I'm returned.
Huzzah.
So, are you pushing your way further up the path?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've made 2 hours travel. You've pushed up, you fought a hippogriff. It's been a hard journey so far, but thanks to Gertrude following these tracks, it's cut the journey significantly in half. So, if someone else could roll 1 more d8 for me.
Don't let me do it again. I got the hippogriff.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. As you move your way further up the mountain, the tracks you're following seem to get thinner and thinner. And eventually, up ahead, can you all do perception checks for me?
Not looking good.
Rip.
Not great. 9. Okay. Let me quickly roll something. Okay. You don't notice anything immediately, but as you move up closer and closer through the mountain trail, you pass around a tree and you see 2 kobolds standing there who instantly spot you and are just like, "Intruders!" I'll move you over to the other map.
Fucking coke.
Witnesses!
Can you... Let me quickly clear the initiative. Can you please all roll initiative for me?
These baddies!
Ooh, even with disadvantage.
No.
bad roll for them. Right. Firion, you're up first.
You just... I don't think you even say anything. Just be like, ugh. You just walk straight up to this one. And smack it on the head with his Shillelagh attack.
Shillelagh.
Disadvantage.
A 12. Just misses.
Damn.
You swing down and just hit into the floor as it kind of deftly dodges out the way, like... "Ah!"
As the stuff hits the floor, it kind of reverberates back up through Firion's arm, and he's like, "Oh, oh, that didn't feel right." That's his turn.
Okay. Blossom.
Blossom runs up. And she's gonna double attack.
Okay. First attack. Misses, unfortunately. As you swing out with your first dagger, it doesn't quite connect, and he's just like, "You will die!" Second attack. Hits, though.
You will die!
But this only doesn't have the modifiers. It's 3 plus 3, so 6 points of damage.
No, there's no sneak attack.
No sneak attack, you don't get it, okay. So just 3 points of damage. And you stab into the side of him, and he's like, "Ah!" Oh, of course, there's no one else in 5 feet, you're right. I'm a dumbass. The kobolds, the first one is going to swing back out at Blossom. Pretty pissed off. That short sword. Hitting. Dealing 5 points of damage to you, Blossom.
Okay.
This next one looks down at Fury and he's like, and he's just,
The master shall be pleased when you die.
a 12, but he misses.
Does by quite a way.
Gertrude.
Right, Gertrude can't move into melee. She'll run up. To there.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll cast Create Bonfire on the one near Blossom.
Yeah, move this over there.
When I imagine Gertrude running, it's like she's hitching up her skirts like a princess.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Her shabby cobalt blue coat that's covered in stains.
It fails.
oh. No.
7?
Ooh.
7 points of damage, and you just cook up this kobold in an instant. It's just like, "Ah! Ah!" and just burns up in front of you.
Amazing.
Blossom turns around, gives her a thumbs up.
Gertrude's like, well, she'll use it. Oh, it's her turn. She'll be like, go and help Firion. He's flagging.
Okay, Firion.
Firion, who absolutely is flagging. It's like swaying slightly. It's gonna swing out with another Shillelagh attack. Disadvantage.
Okay, misses, unfortunately, again.
Yeah.
You can't quite connect again. It's just dancing around you like stabbing forward with this little short sword.
It's like, damn kobolds.
Blossom.
As Gertrude says, help Firion, she turns around, she's like, oh, I'm coming, Firion!
Nice to flank.
Yeah.
With advantage then. You do get sneak attack. 22 hits, dealing 9 points of damage. Blossom, how do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah, she just like sneaks up behind him. She's like, "Oh, Firion!" And then she's like, stabs him in the back.
She
Double
sneaks up and shouts Firion.
Okay. With that then, combat is essentially over. However, Gertrude, what are you doing?
Gertrude's going to. Is there? There might be more of them. They said about a leader, and she's gonna move up to here.
Firion would blow his reaction to shout out, "Get away from the bodies! They exploded before!"
Oh yeah! Jimmy's back.
Okay. Firion?
Firion's gonna move out of the way, running to the side. Get away, Blossom!
She looks down. She kind of remembers. She's like, "Oh yeah!" And she goes to run to this direction. She's like, "Oh, there's another one over there!" Runs over. She cartwheels over here instead.
Okay. And with that, after a few moments, you see both kobolds just explode into this horrible bloody mess in front of you. As combat is over.
They exploded again.
I completely forgot that happened. Thanks, Firion.
It was yesterday.
Yes, but well, the drinking last night might have offset me a bit.
Should I go through? I forgot as well.
Just looks at Blossom for a second and doesn't say anything. I can expend my magics again if needed, Blossom.
She just sits on her butt. Well, maybe we just sit here for a bit.
Gertrude, see whatever that is.
Sorry, I'm on another map. Looking at what, sorry? Oh, it's just a logo from the map creator.
Fuck.
So, yeah,
Okay.
so don't worry, it's nothing.
I thought it might be. Oh, don't worry.
As you may have noticed, this map may be just the other one, but flipped upside down.
I did notice that.
I totally didn't.
To be fair.
That sounds good. We could rest for an hour.
Well, now it sounds good. I'll stare at these boulders. You can make shapes out of them, look. And she sort of just puts a finger on them and starts making shapes.
Firion puts his back against the tree and just kind of slumps down onto his ass.
Gertrude's like,
Did you not have a restful night, Firion?
It was... I mingled.
I see what you mean. I guess that does take it out of you.
I will say that dwarves don't seem all that different to other races.
Well, I assume there's some sort of romantic ideal in lovemaking that a lot of people try and live up to, so...
It didn't seem particularly romantic. She was enthusiastic.
Well, I mean, you know, it... yeah.
So, you're taking a short rest?
Blossom is
Yes, please.
walking precariously around the edge of the cliff,
Yeah.
looking down, just having a look. Having a look.
You can see below the far, far below in the distance, maybe 1,000 feet below or more, the the city of Huppadook that you can barely make out the bustling of activity below. I think you can anyway.
Gertrude, look! She's like pointing way, way, way down.
I'm coming, Blossom. Mind the rocks. It can be treacherous.
Oh, she steps like tiny bit back.
She like tries to peer over, which is really stupid because she's like offsetting her balance.
Yeah. You can see over. I won't make you make a check for it.
Yeah, Blossom's like trying to point out the tinkerer's shop, but
yeah.
actually see it.
Gertrude's just like,
Oh yeah. Why did you come to Huppadook, Blossom? Just to see the sights?
Well, it was because I wanted to go on a bit of an adventure. Also because it's getting really crowded in my house and everyone's just come back home. They're all sick of adventuring. So, Mum said it was my turn, and also because of the big battle, the big war. There's a lot of people in what is that goddamn Blade Garden. There's a lot of people in Blade Garden at the moment, and yeah, it's getting really difficult to live there, to be honest.
Well, if you're wanting to go on an adventure, I'm travelling to Rexentrum for a sort of farmer's fair. If you wanted to come along as well,
You would know it's called the Hazel Festival.
yes, I think it's called the Hazel Festival.
Well, that sounds really interesting. Yeah, I'll come along. I'm willing to go anywhere, to be honest. Happadook was just the first stop on my first adventure.
You would know, Blossom, that you would be familiar with the Hazel Festival. It's a very big event that takes place more in the north from where you are, but you definitely have heard of it. You know it. You know it's like it's almost like a start of winter kind of festival where it's like a lot of it's focused around food because it's sort of the hazel is meant to symbolize the hazelnut of like the squirrel harvesting it for winter. So they tend to have like these big feasts and these kind of like big festivals where they show off like different foods and different kind of agricultural stuff. They show off stuff like that.
It's kind of like Christmas, where you can do it separately from going to an actual festival. Or
they tend to hold big festivals in the cities further in the north. It's more like it's more like a massive farmers market, I guess, more than anything. And these big like open feasts they have like within cities, like they bring out like these massive benches and have massive like communal feasts.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds really good actually, because my mum always mentioned those festivals and that maybe we'd get to go one day if we had enough money.
Well, we made quite a lot of money last night, and they probably have drinking competitions there too, and maybe we can teach Firian a bit more about how to eat like a halfling.
Oh, that sounds like a really good idea, Gertrude. I'm sure he'd enjoy that as well.
Yeah, we need to feed him up a bit.
Yeah, he's a bit lanky, is what my brother always said to tall people in Blade Garden.
And the ones with the biggest bellies are the ones who do best in life.
and she like pats her own belly.
Exactly, Gertrude. Well, that's what my brother said too,
Well, we should let him rest. I think he's a bit woozy.
Yeah, he was holding his head earlier, so maybe he should do his little healing power. It's really useful on himself. I don't know, that help.
I wonder if he's feeling worse because of the drinking or the rough session in the night.
Maybe. I hope he was careful. My mum always says not to sleep with randoms because there's always the risk of a baby appearing. I don't like babies.
And the myriad of risks of venereal disease, but I'm sure elves have some sort of protection against that.
There's also something about, I remember there was something like mini crabs or something. They like the hair in the, she points.
I like pubic lice.
Yeah, like whatever that is. But yeah, yeah.
Maybe you can ask him if he ever annoys you.
Oh, maybe. Why when he annoys me? Maybe he likes the in his pubes.
Well, he is into nature, and it is just natural after all. But I imagine it's a severe irritation, even to someone who's in touch with nature.
Oh, exactly. Maybe he's named them all.
She's just like, oh, gross. And she kind of laughs and then like looks out over the world.
Yeah.
So, can someone please roll a d8 for me? And re-roll, or, sorry, don't re-roll, but just, roll a d8 for me. See if your short rest passed without incident or not. Okay. And your short rest, as you settle down and you settle down between the rocks and have a chat as you look over, you manage to... no events seem to happen as it calmly passes the next hour. So feel free to all take a short rest if you need to.
Huzzah.
How many hours through his hangover is Firion?
Believe it's taken 3 hours essentially to get to this point, so another hour. Top of that, so 5. You should have 2 hours left, I believe.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Throughout the short watch, Blossom occasionally thinks she sees another hippogriff. She's like, "Whoa! Oh, it's just a leaf."
I don't know why that's so funny. So, your short rest passes, and I assume you push on once more.
Yeah.
You're very close to the peak now, and the sound of rushing water grows louder as you finally reach the top of the Silver Falls. The impressive flow of water cascades down the mountainside towards Huppadook below, and around the crest of these falls, the rocky earth is a deep, rich red. With the information in the note you recovered in Nima's house, you have no trouble spotting a number of shadows that come out from behind the waterfall that hint at a hidden cavern. And looking upon the area, you can see that... Can someone please roll either a perception or investigation check for me? Very low DC. Yeah, and Gertrude, you quickly looking over the area, you can see that behind the waterfall there, it reveals to a 10-foot wide rock shelf covered in red mud that leads behind the falls and into the cavern beyond.
Well, this looks like the place. The earth's very similar to what we found in the cell.
Those red boots as well.
Yes, exactly.
Cross to the next map.
This is what your so-called civilization has done to me.
Well, Firion, there are things that suggest civilization was developed for the it based around the making of bread, but some people think it's the brewing of alcohol as well. So it's one of the first things from civilization.
So I should have expected as much.
Yes, and it's quite strange in a way. The whole of civilization is based around brewing and pleasures you can't get not have ready access to in the world.
Perhaps I should have eaten more bread instead.
Well, it seems like the dumplings helped me and Blossom.
Yeah, I had a lot of dramp noodle. I told you should have tried something. It was really nice.
It didn't look nice.
Oh, it's delicious. Maybe next time have another one you can try.
Maybe. Come along.
So, as you push yourselves up along this rock shelf, can you please describe to me how you're moving upwards towards the cavern?
Blossom is just constantly looking down over this shelf. She's like, whoa, he's really big.
Tyrion has got one hand on the inner wall and one hand on his staff.
Mm-hmm.
Still feeling very rough.
Gertrude sort of trying to keep to the edges, well, the side furthest from the edge, but she's just watching her little halfling feet walk on the ground as well.
Mm-hmm. So you're walking up quite normally or more stealthily?
Blossom's doing a half step. I was told her otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And feel free to move your tokens.
Wait, expecting to find something up here, aren't we?
Oh, maybe more exploding kobolds, but we'll get them.
Yeah.
I will say the sound is extremely loud here, as you can hear the waterfall crashing over you from above.
She yells at her then. She yells that.
So...
Did you hear that, Gertrude?
Oh!
Please keep your voices down.
If you'd like to all make your way around to this point. You're not moving stealthily.
I've had enough.
Blossom, I can see a kobold.
So, beyond
Me too.
the rushing spray of water is a dry cavern. Multiple lanterns shed light across this rocky interior, revealing a floor thickly strewn with dried bat guano. A small tent and table, a steel door set into the far wall, and 2 wide workbenches. You can each see that a female gnome is working at the farthest bench, shackled to a chain set into the rock wall. 4 kobolds sit around the table near the tent, playing some sort of dice game with a familiar-looking grey-skinned Goliath. As you move into the cave, considering none of you move around sneakily, they all spot you and instantly ready themselves for battle. Could you all please roll initiative for me?
Oh, yeah. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
Right.
Remember, guys, there's always the honourable way out. Just take a few steps backwards.
Grab the character sheets.
Firion thinks he's level 2. He's like, oh, just wild shape. What?
Come on, internet. Okay. And let's grab her as well. Right. As you walk up and she sees you, the Goliath woman springs to her feet and she says, "We have intruders!" And she looks towards you and she's like, "You shouldn't be here. You're all gonna die. The fall of the Dwendalian Empire at the hands of Jorhat is imminent!"
Oh.
Let me roll for initiative for them. Kobolds. get a natural 20. And
Ooh.
the Goliath herself. Ooh, high for her as well. Alright, so... Sending order is the kobolds first. And so these 5, 10, 15. Need to check something. As this kobold rushes into view, you see Blossom. You're the first to see that this gnome from under the bench, the shackled gnome, grabs a small handful of small brass spheres that are piled nearby, and she says, "You wanted these? Well, here, you can have them!" And she starts chucking. Let me quickly add her initiative as well.
Save us, no Morella.
$10 for her. She technically gets 1 surprise round because they were not expecting that. So she... So she throws out the small seed, and the kobold has to take a dexterity saving throw. It passes again with a natural 20. Fucking hell, these kobolds are amazing. However, it does take half of this. 2 points of damage as you see this small bead just knock into the wall against the kobold, and it sort of looks and goes, eh? And then she goes, and it sort of tries to dive out of the way as it making this huge explosion, and just like catches some of it, the back of it. Its cloak just goes up in fire.
Whoa, which one?
The one in front of you. So it's still alive, but takes 2 points of damage. That one is going to get to you, Blossom. It's going to make an attack against you.
Yep.
Misses.
Yeah.
This one also dashes up. It's going to make an attack against you, this time with advantage because they get pack tactics.
Mm-hmm.
So 13?
No.
I miss as well. These ones back here are trying to stay a bit further back. This one moves back to here. This one moves over here. They're both... One of them's going to make... Yeah, can't really... Let's see Firion. Yeah, it's mostly Blossom. She's the one right up front. First one's going to make a hand crossbow attack against you, Blossom. 16.
Yep.
4 points of piercing damage. And then this second one is also going to make a hand crossbow attack against you. $14?
Nope.
Okay, just misses. That is all the kobolds go. Blossom is your go.
Oh, is there a fire anywhere?
There is a small fire that's emanating from here.
It's kind of a bit far-fetched. No, it's not worth it for just the one. Okay.
Okay.
She is Just yeah, this yeah. She's gonna stab the one that got hit already.
Okay, make an attack roll for me.
Dagger.
That hits. 6 points of damage, and you stab into the front, killing this kobold as it collapses to the floor.
And second dagger to this one in front of me then, I suppose.
1 second.
Ooh!
Oh shit.
The mod though.
So
One
6
second.
damage.
So how much damage? 6 damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's still barely alive. It's standing there. Is that your go?
Yeah.
Gertrude, sorry. Ooh. Massive burp.
Sorry, it's 5 damage. I got it wrong. It's 5 damage.
Yeah. So
No, it's
I trust.
still
but
barely
where's the
hanging
phone?
on.
No, Gertrude would. There. And attack with her quarterstaff.
With advantage.
Oh, yeah.
That would miss, but with advantage you hit.
Nice.
6 points of damage, finishing this one off.
Beautiful.
God, don't know what to do now. Still got an unarmed strike, but they'll gank me.
Yep.
She's going to be like,
Fall back a bit and make them come to us, and they're going to explode!
Tom is nodding so hard. Use that choke point.
hey, that's her turn.
Okay. You see this Goliath woman in running forwards 5, 10, 15, 20, 5. She can get to there. She's got a shield and a long sword, and she's gonna try and like, stupid little girl. Just swings out. 19 hits, dealing 11 points of slashing damage to Blossom.
Oh,
Down.
Blossom. No.
The gnome
My
lady.
boss is gonna die at some point.
No.
No. Farian's got another spell slot.
The gnome lady from here. I think she's just in. Yep, she can chuck. She's gonna chuck one into that space, making the Goliath roll on a dexterity save. She passes, but she takes half of this amount of damage. At 1 point of damage. There's another bead she chucks at them. And she, you see the Goliath. She's like, "Take that! Take that!" And you see the Goliath woman like call back to the other kobolds. And she's like, "Take them alive! The master will want them." Firion.
Farian sees Blossom go down, and he's like, "Oh God!" Lurches forward, leans down, casts Cure Wounds on Blossom. Boop. Yeah.
Oh, big healing.
So I was only here, right?
Yeah, you
Or
were
here.
there. No, you were at one
So
up.
5.
Yeah.
Can you try and drag Blossom as well?
Yeah.
Back a bit. So he's only got, if his movement's halved, he's only
Mhm.
going to be able to get to there. But he'd pull Blossom back in front of him.
She will get an attack of opportunity.
Ooh.
Would be
What?
technically an advantage because Blossom's prone as well.
Yeah, fuck that then. Nope. In that case, Firion will step in to here
Okay.
and have his quarterstaff at the ready, and he'll bonus action Shillelagh because it's a cantrip.
Okie doke.
So his staff's online.
Kobolds. You can see that Blossom's back up. Kobolds are not clever. I'm going to do an intelligence check for them. With a... I'd say a 1 to 12, and they'll just go for Blossom again. No, it's even higher than that. 1 to 14, and they go for Blossom again. 15 upwards, they realise Firion is a potentially bigger threat, with being able to have them peeling magic, being able to bring her back. So... Oh, they realise this one at least does, and the other one does not. So one's going to shoot at Firion, and one's going to shoot at Blossom.
One at Blossom's at disadvantage.
It is, you're right. So the one at Blossom... I know. I always I can click that by accident. Am I rolling these to the GM? I am, aren't I? Never whisper rolls. There we go. So... Towards... So 15 on Blossom. Does that hit?
Yeah, he sees 15.
Yeah, that is 9 points of piercing damage. Fuck me, Blossom's getting fucking pincushion. The dice wants her to die, but it won't happen. The second one is going to make a straight attack against Firion with his crossbow. 23.
Oh, hit.
Dealing 7 points of piercing damage.
Walking out.
Blossom.
Now I know what I should do. Run away. But I kind of want to kill this one in front.
Certainly try.
If she dies, then I can run for free. If she doesn't, then I can run, but take an opportunity attack.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope she dies. Sneak attack as well, which is handy.
Yeah, it's big.
Oh, are you moving round or are you staying there?
I haven't got much movement. If I move around there, then I can't get away, really.
You can
But-
move down after, can't you?
Yeah, but she's prone.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Just staying there?
No. No, Blossom's done.
Alright, with advantage then. Because that would have missed. That just hits, however.
Oh.
However, she will blow her reaction to do Stone's Endurance
Oh,
to reduce the
I do
damage
my
by...
sec-
Hold on 1 sec, let's reduce the damage first. So it would
Yeah.
be 10 points of damage. By
Hey!
3! So 7 points of damage through to her still. So that
Okay.
is... mass is not much. Okie doke.
and yeah, second dagger.
Yep. With advantage. Hits.
Yes.
Dealing 4 points of damage. Very nice.
Mhm.
Big roll.
And I succumb to death. How much can I move? 5 more feet, literally. Oh, yeah, there's nowhere to go. It's fine.
Okay. Gertrude.
Gertrude's gonna move into Firion space.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
She's going to attack with her quarterstaff.
Yep, with advantage. That hits just.
10 damage.
points of damage. Very nice. Holy shit.
Let's fucking go.
And she'll do an unarmed strike.
Okie doke. With advantage again. Unfortunately, it misses. So can't quite connect. Any more movement?
Oh, yeah.
Don't have to take an opportunity attack. Yeah. Nice.
Okay, very nice. The Goliath woman sees Blossom stabbing her in the back. Gertrude just delivered a fucking almighty hit to her. I think she can see that both Gertrude and Firion are flagging. And she wants to fucking knock one of you out. She's going to try and knock Blossom out. She's going to take a swing with the back of her longsword. So it does. If this hits, it does half damage. 12.
No.
Misses. Okay, that is her turn. Gnome lady. I don't think she's in range of anyone. Oh, she actually just is. She's going to throw another bead over here. So they got to succeed on a dex save. It fails, which means it takes the full damage from this.
Big roll, big roll, big roll.
Takes 2 points of damage. As it explodes, it's like... Firion.
Firion would raise up his staff. He gets a straight roll now because of the flanking.
Yep.
Go on, Firion.
Make his Shillelagh attack.
Hits.
Yeah.
Oh! That's a big roll. Okay. She's looking pretty rough now. The kobolds go. They've been told to take you without killing you. So 5, 10, 15, 20. This guy is going to make an attack with the back of his short sword, try and knock you out.
With advantage.
With advantage? No, not with advantage. Oh, with advantage, yeah, because of flanking. 11 misses. This one is going to go there. Again with advantage because of pack tactics. Trying to knock Rossum out. And this time it does half of this, so 2 points of damage to you.
Yeah.
Knocking you unconscious. You do not have to make a death save because you are unconscious, you're not bleeding out. However, this bad. Oh, actually it's not too bad, it's the pink one. That kobold's got to make a dex save.
Oh.
Oh no, that shouldn't have been with advantage. Roll that again. It fails, so it takes full damage from this. 6 points of damage, and this kobold explodes into a bloody mess, hitting this kobold, nearly outright killing it as it's on fire and like, and then the Goliath turns back and it's like, idiots! Gertrude.
God, do I try and flank and then finish?
Do whatever you can, my
I
boy.
think so. She's going to step into this space. She's going to swing here.
With advantage. It hits.
Let's fucking go. Oh!
She's still barely standing now as you swing round this course after the back of the head. She's flagging.
Falcon.
Yeah, she's gonna punch.
It hits. And
Yeah.
with that, how do you want to do this, Gertrude?
She just wants to slam it straight in her head, and whatever happens to her head, she doesn't care about it.
Okay. And she just swings and she just lands straight into the rock, and you can see that she just gets her head partially crushed into the wall as blood starts streaming down onto the floor below.
Moves. She ducks through here.
Mm-hmm. You're able to do that?
Smart motherfucker.
Anything else?
Oh god, she can't do anything for Blossom.
Remember, you can drag people as half your movement.
But could she throw her there?
Unless it's part of unless you can get her in your movement there, I don't think so. So where did you start? You're here, right? 5, 10. If you were dragging, it'd be 20 to there.
No.
You could get Blossom here.
Keep Blossom in her space, kind of thing.
Gertrude could get here, and Blossom would be here. Because it's... let me measure it again.
Gertrude takes 2 attacks of opportunity, which could be equally as bad.
Yes, you would take 2 attacks of opportunity.
And then she wants to get...
Both with advantage as well.
Could she not keep Blossom in her space and just move here?
Yeah, technically.
I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I would allow that. Or she could try and...
There you go.
Yeah.
Can she move there anyway, though? Because it's past 2...
It's in between them, so it's not...
Yeah,
you
she's
just you can't go through enemies, but you can go between them.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes it very difficult to set up a barrier.
If they were like that, then she couldn't. Because it's
Form a
diagonal.
straight line, yeah.
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 Is that what you want to do, Gertrude, or...?
Yeah, just stay there, yeah.
Is Kieran muted, or...?
Oh, it's because I've got the bloody thing on. Yeah, so she's ending up there and blocking her.
Oh, with all your movement, I suppose, yeah, you could actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... Drag her there and there. Yeah, you could do that, 100%, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Can Firion, you please make a dex saving throw? It's this kobold.
Yep.
Thing is to go up. This kobold also next to him. It's got to make one. It passes. But I'm pretty sure it's almost certainly dead. It takes half of 1. So it is dead. It's 1 hit, literally have 1 health. As it blows
So
up.
Firion takes 1 damage?
1 damage indeed.
Weird. Fucking hell.
Let's fucking go!
Blue one. Right, that ticks up. She is dead. The gnome lady is going to chuck her last bead here for the kobold. Dex saving throw. It passes, so it takes half of this. So 2 more points of damage. It's looking pretty rough. Firion.
On 1 health and still hungover as fuck. With explosions going on around him. Firion lurches forward into action. and tries to finish off this final kobold.
Okay, making a attack with straight roll for me.
Shillelagh!
Over. 18 hits.
Oh,
And with that, how do you want to do this?
Yes! Miriam, drunk, angry, worried for Blossom, just swings the the quarterstaff down, crunching into the side of the kobold's face, and the runes flare, and there's like light blue energy just pushes out and splatters the kobold's head off to the side.
Ooh, I did need to do... Hold on. Okay. Okay, yeah, and it falls down dead beside you. And with that, combat is over.
Varian will drag Blossom away from the kobold bodies.
Are you gonna move this body at all away from them? So far, it's not done too much damage because that was a small explosion. But
would we have time to do it?
you've got Blossom's turns next. She's unconscious. That one is already gone. Gertrude, you do.
Yeah, you definitely
Yeah,
do.
you got 2 rounds, so you definitely do.
She doesn't know if it could explode too, but she kind of doubts it. Yeah, so she'd move 20 feet to here and pull her.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can do that.
dash.
Yeah. I forgot you could, pull her down here.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Nice.
Okay, so after a short while, each of the other kobold bodies explode. Unless you want to try and disarm it or something.
Fuck that.
Uh,
This is how Blossom would have wanted it.
So, with that.
I mean, Varian would check that Blossom's okay.
Yeah, do a medicine check for me.
Disadvantage. There it is.
Oh,
You think
Gertrude.
She's dead!
You think she's dying. You think she's dying.
She needs help.
Gertrude
Gertrude.
runs over, panicked, and she does a medicine
Yeah,
check.
do a medicine check as well.
No!
You know she's just unconscious. She's fine.
She looks at Firian. He's like, she's okay. She's okay, Firian. That was close.
So close. Oh, properly slumps back.
At least I don't know, we're so unprepared.
Hey, hello! I'm tied up! Help!
sorry, we were just getting our breaths back.
Is killing all your captors not enough help for you for this minute?
I'm sorry, I'm just... I've been stuck here for weeks.
Gertrude comes around. Are there locks?
Yeah, there's like a... She's shackled to the wall, essentially, like with these two... She's got 2 shackles around her legs, and then there's one that's like round her waist, which is... no, it wouldn't be around her waist, actually. It would be 2 shackles to the thing, and then they're like bound together, and then there's a chain attached to that, which is attached to the wall.
So she looks at it. She's like,
Well, unless she had a key, you might be stuck there until our friend wakes up.
I don't know, Checker.
yeah, so Gertrude goes to check this lady.
Okay, on her body, you find a ring you see on her finger that feels magical to you, Gertrude, and you also find a key that's hanging around her neck on a chain.
She'll pocket the key.
Yep.
And she'll try and work out what it is with her arcana.
Okay, rolling a card check. I actually said it's a set of 2 sets of small 2 keys. And Arcana 13. I think you're proficient in Arcana, right?
Yeah.
What level of rareness is this? It's uncommon, but I think with that you would know that due to the design of this, it's got like a skull-shaped ring on the end, with like one eye is like closed and the other open. And you would know that based off of that this is a ring of obscuring. You can, as 3 charges and gains 1d3 expended charges to Daily Dawn. As an action while wearing the ring, you can expend one of the charges to cast the spell Fog Cloud. You can add a ring of obscuring.
Like she did on us.
Exactly.
I don't know. She probably would take it. She'd talk to everyone about it when Blossom's up.
Yeah. Varian is just panting. Well, not panting, but breathing heavily against the wall.
So she'd walk back around to this woman, and she's like, as she's unlocking her, she's like, I think we went to your house.
You did. Thank you for freeing me. I've been stuck here for weeks.
Saw something about you using bat guano as an explosive.
Yeah, this cave is a secret source of potent explosive materials, and I've harvested guano from it for years. I normally come here every 4 to 6 months to stock up, and my last trip 3 weeks ago ended with these stupid kobolds here, and then their master. It's Huron. It's Huron Stoutmouse. He's crazy.
Who exactly is Huron?
He's a former engineer for the Dwendalian Empire. He was shamed for his imperfect designs and immoral experimentation. He left Hupperduke years ago, and all of us within the engineering community assumed that he'd found his fortune elsewhere, but he's been building some sort of lair beyond this cavern. He comes out of that door occasionally. Well, not so much recently, but...
That door?
Mm-hmm.
Well, any idea who she was, or just a minion? They seem to have broken her out of the prison.
She showed up about a day ago. I don't know who she is. I think she was the one that was imprisoned. I think they were making me make these explosive devices, and I think they used one of them to break her out of the prison. I've also been forced to make larger explosive devices, but I don't know what they're for.
Did they leave the mountain, or are they
As far
in?
as I'm aware, he's still here. He's mad. He's bent on vengeance against the Empire and Hupperduke and its people.
How often does he come out of that door?
It's been a while. He came when they first caught me here, and he spoke a few times to me, but he hasn't been out in weeks.
Well, we probably have time to rest here.
Yeah, they don't usually come out here. The kobolds out here usually kept watch, and then they sometimes hit me.
I'm sorry you got yourself. Well, you were involved in this. I imagine we have more work here. But I don't know if you want to wait around or.
Please take me back to Hupperduke.
He looks at Firion.
We're in no shape to contest him. I believe the man who fixed your spider thing, his Huron was his apprentice.
Oh, yes, I remember now.
We could inform the authorities and have them send people who aren't quite so demolished up here.
Yes, I suppose her task was to track down this woman.
Firion nods.
And
They didn't expect any more than that, did they?
Nope, that's what they tasked you for.
Okay.
well, yes. Maybe.
Did she have anything did she have anything identifying on her body so we could be like, this is her?
Not particularly, no. You probably have to bring her body back. She looks pretty scorched up from the explosion, but luckily her head was more facing inwards, so you can still see her face. But you could try and bring her body back if you'd like.
We should probably rest here for a while and... maybe a bit further down the mountain? I'm not sure.
It depends on whether we think he will emerge. Further down the mountain, we run the risk of hippogriffs or what have you.
No one else has been out in ages. But he suppose he could.
I say rest here.
They sometimes go in to get food, but the same ones usually come back out.
And they did want us alive anyway, for whatever reason.
True.
Yeah.
So, what do you want to take a rest, a short rest or a long rest, or?
Well, Gertrude doesn't. I guess long rest.
Yeah, if we can take a long rest.
Yeah.
Ends up for going in there and getting him himself.
Say that Blossom's not going to wake up on a short rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you sort of secure yourselves up. Do you hide any of the mess or the bodies or anything? You just leave it as it is.
Farian would. Nice. Farian would spend his hit die on the short rest, just to make sure he's capable of fighting back if shit does go down. And also on a long rest, his fucking hangover will disappear. Hiding the bodies. I mean, it's pretty, not something we can really do, is it? It's just a red smear across the ground. Pretty
much, yeah. It's just blood and guts.
So no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I quite like the idea of us camping up either here or in the tent.
Okay.
So Firion would suggest that to Gertrude.
Nima is anxiously are you sure maybe we should leave?
Well, we could probably die getting back down the mountain, dear. We got attacked by a hippogriff on the way.
Okay, but just if they come out, then we got to hide or something. I don't know.
How many do you think are in there?
I've got no idea. I've only seen Huron himself come out, and these lot, they usually sleep in the tent out here, taking shifts watching me.
So it could just be him. Surely together we can overpower a single...
Possibly. I don't know. Oh, my internet died again.
I can hear. Only roll 20.
Roll 20.
Oh, hello? Can people hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, hello.
Yep.
There we go. We're back. Yeah, what was the last... I remember you speaking, Tom, but you cut out for me.
Well, the last thing you said was just that. I think you did hear the last thing I said, which was just... if it's just one guy, we can probably take him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So are you going to rest up here then, or...?
Yeah, I think so. And Gertrude will watch out because she hasn't really got hurt.
Okay. So you make your way over to the tent, I assume, and sort of set up a camp. And you're watching throughout the night. Nima is constantly looking out of the tent, looking very anxious and looking kind of grossed out by the dead bodies and the body of Skenzabris. Even though she was a bit of a tormentor for a day, she is still quite nervous around the dead body. You assume you take watches at some point.
Yeah.
But throughout the night, there's no sign of any activity. The door never opens. Blossom, I assume you'd wake up at some point throughout the night.
Yeah.
And as you do, feel free to all take a long rest and also level up to level 2.
Oh, holy shit! Okay.
I'll be right back just quickly.
God. All the combat in this feels so like, we're gonna die!
Yeah, man, so close. You rolled max damage on your hits so many times in that fight. It was so clutch.
Needed it.
Circle of Shepherds, baby.
Oh, a shepherd's circle. I like that one.
Yeah. Put my totem down.
Oh yeah, Hannah, I forgot to say, you know in the Arcanauts they're going to Leylon at some point.
Hmm.
Do you want Thingy to be there? What's his name?
Bartlett Bond.
Yeah, Bartlett Bond.
Yeah,
I think Tugly's going to be there.
Yeah. Tugly, you gonna be there?
Yeah, Tugly will be there.
Bartlett Bond could be there.
That's where that adventure was set.
Yeah.
How late did you guys want to play tonight? We can stop like pretty much now if you wanted to, or there's quite a big dungeon ahead. You might want to go back to the city and turn in your reward and just be done with it, or it's up to you.
Why isn't it?
If there's more baddies, Blossom's up baddies.
I'd like to stop soon if possible, just because I'm so fucking hungry. I haven't had any dinner.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
We can, if you guys want to level up, and then we can call it here for today.
Yeah, it'd be good. It feels like a good point to stop.
Yeah.
If we carry on, we could potentially go for another like 3 hours. So I don't want to push it.
And we can think about if we want to go in or go down or...
Exactly, yeah. We've got some time to mull over the decisions.
Oh man, Monk. It's nothing to pick at second level with Monk, but you do get key points, so it's nice.
It's a big deal.
2 points is huge.
See what Annie does every level. Oh, I got nothing. And Tom's like, but you got this. And she's like, oh yeah, okay.
Yep. Fucking tell me about it. At least it's Nigel now. It was so much worse when it was Sibley. It's just like, you have spells!
Yeah.
I feel like with Davey every time.
Yeah, I've given up on Davey. Davey, fine.
He's just
It's funny with Davey.
shooter and occasionally just... She's using her bardic inspiration quite well now, though.
Yeah, it's very true.
Which is making a difference.
I always make sure to be like, is there anything else you want to do?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Fuck, it's doing that stupid thing where it doesn't do my HP.
Oh yeah, that feeling.
Well, I rolled a 4, so he's up to 14 HP.
What did you roll, Gertrude? Assume you're rolling hit, though.
Do I want to roll HP on Blossom?
Oh my god, will this be your first character where you roll HP?
I think it'll be the second one. I think I rolled it on Bartlett.
Okay.
Can if you want.
Scary though.
Remember, you get to re-roll ones. So the lowest you can get is a 2. Plus your con
What do I
mod.
roll? A D8.
What's rogue get, though? I can't fucking remember. It's D6, isn't it?
No,
D8.
It's D8, yeah. So roll a D8, and then it'll be that plus your con mod. Nice. So you might have to, when you go on your character sheet, I'll do it for you if you want.
Yeah,
Because it does glitch out a bit for some stupid reason. Where are you? My campaigns. Wildemount.
That's good. Blossom seems to be the one who gets hit the most.
yeah.
Runs to the front line. So yours would be then have to change it from fixed
Because you
to
haven't really
manual.
got the other one yet. Although Gertrude, yeah.
So
Firian's built to be tanky. He can be the front
Okay. Yeah, especially now he's got wild shape.
so
yeah, but I'm not Circle of the Moon. What will I turn into? A fucking
plus 3,
mouse.
12. So
Go to like horse.
You always roll max on your first roll, don't you? For your first level, you get 8
Yeah,
plus your con.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Yep,
this
yep.
it'll be 15, I think. Is that right? 8 plus 7 is 15.
Yep.
So rolled HP 15. So fucking hell, you got 21 hit points now, Kenna.
Holy shite!
No.
Plus 3
Alright,
con.
you can stay in the
Yeah.
front line.
Okay. What have you got?
14. I rolled a 4.
I'll update your HP.
Should be doing it from my sheep. It's not fucking doing it. Oh, there we go. Done it.
That's so
Can
inconsistent.
to level 2.
Yeah,
You
it's
can
super
be a wolf. You can be a horse. You can be a panther. You can be a giant lizard.
What has Firion seen though?
I don't know. He lives in a forest, doesn't he? Or lived near a forest?
Yeah, he's definitely seen a wolf at some point. I don't think he's seen a panther. A wolf, I don't know. Fucking
Elk.
don't know. There's some nasty
Bull.
shit up where he's from. Yeah,
Indeed.
probably a bull. Bull's a good one. Piglet.
Badger.
Giant badger.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Probably. They probably live in quite cold climates, so
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
it wouldn't surprise me.
Giant wolf spider.
Do you think it feels more dangerous because there's only 3 of us, or because we're a level 1?
A combination, I think.
Because yeah, many of our stuff is like 6 players right now.
Yeah.
Which is a huge difference.
That must be so hard to balance because, like, I
It
don't know.
gets harder to balance the more players you have, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's probably because yeah, and also Ismark and Arena are there, so it's sometimes more like 8.
Yeah.
And the more
Just-
stuff you put in to balance it out against the PCs, the more that all those things can gang up on one person and just fucking insta-give them.
And then Liz just like, that's it, dragons all round.
I've had enough of this shit.
Ancient black dragon.
Oh, you made me fight a hippogriff, beard. I'm sad now.
As soon as I saw that in the random encounter, I was like, I've got to put that in for Hannah.
It's okay, it's not quite a good thing, is it?
This campaign is so much fun to run.
It's just so light, I love it.
Yeah.
But also, like, super interesting. I love playing Firion. He's such a weirdo.
You had sex with the woman that Ford didn't have sex with, Tom.
Oh, it's her!
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Fuck you, Ford. I'm way better.
Irina Clawmop.
Great name.
Didn't even find it out.
No.
Nope.
Didn't need
You
to.
wouldn't have asked at any point
Nope.
either. You would have just been like, yes, this is a biological function.
That's
And
great.
intermingle.
Awkward conversation about sex.
It's great. That's so funny.
Want proficiency in sparklers.
That was so funny when you run in. It's like, yeah. I say it is one thing that's really nice about running this campaign is because I kind of actively said to myself that I don't want really to use like too many like battle maps for just like the cities and stuff, or like just looking around. Like if it's a battle map, I want it kind of specifically for combat, because obviously like with Waterdeep stuff, that's obviously really awesome, but it's so time consuming. Like, I don't know how you do it, Kieran. Like looking for all the ideal maps and drawing out all the dynamic lighting on them, it just takes so much time.
Yeah, it does. No, but when you think about it, a lot of the maps that I use a lot, they're the same.
Yeah,
because
it's true.
You're in a city.
It's true. So it's quite nice, but I was talking about it with Hannah a while ago, and it's probably my one complaint about Roll20 and the way we've kind of developed our way of doing it. Like, whilst the visual aid is like super nice and having all the battle maps is super cool, it also, I think it can be a little bit like maybe restrictive because you don't have the theatre of the mind stuff that you can just be like, it kind of restricts the DM a little bit, I think, and being like pushing them down certain railroady stuff a little bit. Because I think like you obviously have got this stuff planned, and then you want to use that stuff because that's what you got planned. But if the characters are like, nah, I don't want to interact with any of that, then it's like, well, I haven't got anything prepared for that, so you can't improvise as much for it. Whilst if it's all just in theatre of the mind stuff, you can literally just be like, yeah, fuck it, go and explore the fucking swamp. Like, you can just go do that a bit more. That's like one advantage I think over the stuff with using the battle maps for everything. I don't know what you guys think.
I agree. I think there are definitely pros to full theatre of the mind stuff.
Yeah, pros and cons, I think, for both sides.
I don't really agree, and I don't disagree either.
Yeah. It's just...
I just find it hard to imagine sometimes if...
100%, yeah.
Verth's Hideout never had a map.
That's what I was thinking, like, that's like, with your campaign as well, Tom, it's like, I look back and I think, oh, there's so many things in that campaign where I was like, I've got a really clear image of it in my head, almost to the point where I remember there being a battle map, and then I'm like, especially Verth's Hideout, I got that really clearly in my head, and then I go look back and I'm like, oh, it actually didn't even have a battle map, like, at all. Yeah. And it was...
Just imagine Verth's is like a circular room with everyone dotted about in it. So I guess it works differently for different people, doesn't it?
I think some people, like, I know Hannah's got that, what's it called, Hannah? Aphantasia?
Aphantasia.
Yeah, where you, like, can't visualise stuff in your head. So, like, I don't do the image stuff is, like, super helpful for Hannah.
Kind of sliding scale where some things are difficult.
Yeah.
But it's like a sliding scale. Mine's Aphantasia is pretty bad, but some people's are not that bad.
Mine's like really not bad at all.
How easily can you imagine an apple in your mind if you close your eyes?
So I can imagine it super clearly.
Like, yeah, just rotating like it's in a microwave.
Yeah, same.
Mine's like Shutterstock image of an apple.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Does it have the watermark on it, Kieran?
Yeah.
It's super interesting though. It's nice as a contrast to Strahd being able to just be like, I can just do it all theatre. And the thing is, it's way easier to plan for theatre of the mind stuff because, like, I literally don't know how Kieran does it. Like, it's so much work looking up. It's not even just, it's finding the right battle map and then, like, or having to make it from scratch, which is like, I don't know how Kieran did Milk Vale or you doing, like, all the, like, the tile stuff, Tom, with your stuff.
You need to see Gumdrop Mountain. I went a bit crazy with that.
Can't wait.
Like, it's all just made out of pictures of sweets with borderless backgrounds. So like, it's got like a whole, like, what is it? What's that? Peanut brittle is like the bottom of the map, and then there's just like sweets everywhere.
That's
It's like giant. Yeah, you'll see.
I look forward to it. Yeah, it's really.
I usually look for maps because mine's all homebrew.
Mm-hmm.
Change it based around the map.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and sometimes I cut bits off. It's like in the garden plane. Mm-hmm. I was like, I really want a hedge maze, but I don't really know what I want it to look like, and I want like a building with out a bit, and then I looked for that, and then I just like made all the elf stuff up because it was an elven building.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, it's been. It's really like my notes on Strahd compared to this are just like ridiculous. Strahd has got so many like pages of notes, and then this is just like paragraph.
I think Kieran will be pleased with what wild shape forms Firian's gonna use.
Oh god, I can imagine.
Really want to know.
Giant frog Firian.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is awesome. That suits him really perfectly, actually. What are you going Circle of the Shepherd, Tom?
Yep.
Is that a level 3, I assume?
2 druids get their
level
shit
2,
too.
Nice. What do you get? What does that actually do? I can't even remember.
Got my totem, so I can put my totem down.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
It's
Bartlett had that, didn't he?
Yeah, it's either temporary HP or the unicorn ones are really good. It's like blah blah blah. If you cast a spell using a spell slot that restores hit points to any creature inside or outside the aura, each creature of your choice in the aura also regains hit points equal to your druid level. So you get like waves of healing if you use healing spells.
Cool.
Yeah.
The bear
Well,
one gives temp
Bear
HP.
one. Yeah,
The
I'll use that with Bubble.
Hawk is. It's not that great. It's not bad though. Hawk is advantage on perception checks, and then I can use my reaction to give a friendly person advantage on an attack roll.
That's cool.
So I can do that each turn.
You get cunning action, right, Hannah?
Uh,
Level 2.
I don't really
Yeah,
know.
definitely.
Bonus action, dash, hide, or disengage.
100%.
Nice.
So good. That's when rogues
think
start
they-
getting fun.
I think the tactic to use battle maps in Waterdeep was to overload you with so much stuff you don't have any time to do the stuff that you don't want that I don't want you to do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love it, man. I'm not complaining at all.
Yeah.
It's just an interesting comparison. I thought it's interesting how I run. I was just thinking more my comparison between this and Strahd, like how I run Strahd, and then because Strahd obviously already comes with the battle maps. So.
It's also because Waterdeep is a city. It's like you could go anywhere,
Yeah.
but if you didn't go to the places I planned, it'd be like, well, guess this is going to be,
Yeah.
not as good.
Off the cuff.
Yeah, but I like it of traveling when you move around because that makes way more sense because you
Yeah.
don't know where people are going to go.
Exactly, yeah. Especially, I think one thing like that I want to start doing as well with like, especially with this campaign when you guys leave Khafre is that I want to, if you guys don't have a map, or like even then if you do have a map, like if you roll really badly on survival checks, you might just go off in the fucking wrong direction.
I wanted to do that in Arcanauts, but you're just traveling up the high road.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's kind of like, how can they get lost from the main road?
Yeah. And there will be some stuff like this in this campaign as well. If you follow the main road, you're going to be fine. But if you try and go off the road and take shortcuts, you might get lost. Which is pretty fun, I think.
I'll find some pictures, Lewis.
Oh yeah, if you send them over to me, then I can add them as tokens. And
I think his 3 main ones are going to be Giant Frog.
I may already have some of them because of Hannah's ridiculous amount of tokens you made me make before.
Giant Frog, Wolf, and Ox.
I don't have a giant frog.
You can't be a giant frog till level 4, though.
Oh, because it's got swimming speed. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit.
I've got a wolf.
Okay.
I
So at the
will-
moment it's just Wolf and Ox.
So let me I'll start doing it now. So I can go. Where is it?
I mean, the fucking draft horse seems really good.
Yeah.
Like whomps people. Giant Badge is insane. Anything with multi-attack at a low level is just so absurd.
Character. Firian's wolf form.
Like if you're Circle of the Moon, then it feels right because it's like that's my specialization. I don't know. Firian probably won't be in Wild Shape that much.
Oh, I can give you Kiba's token if I wanted to.
No, don't do it.
I'll give you this one.
Giant Wolf Spider's pretty sick.
So you should have access to like a wolf one now, Tom, and I can update its like AC and stuff if you want.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's so cute. Love Kiba.
That's not Kiba.
What happened to Kiba?
Kiba's
What happened to
is
Kiba?
this one.
Did Kiba survive?
He got old, didn't he? Got old and died.
There you go, that's
Old.
Kiba.
Aw. Kiba.
Oh, Kiba.
What a bad man.
Oh, he didn't die in the campaign, thankfully.
I'm really like trying to work out in my head if I want to make that campaign like something that Davy's written.
What the
What?
what this campaign you mean?
No, the Elmop campaign.
Vandelver.
Oh yeah, you should do it. Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Don't know.
And then it could be, you could argue then it could be based off of real events, which means
But like in the past.
yeah, like a longer time ago.
Oh, because I guess it could be like because Marlin did that thing where he blew it up.
Yeah.
But the
Meteor
characters,
storm.
the ones in Tom's campaign went there.
Yeah. So much. You just come up with a load of backstory for that, Kieran. That'd be really funny.
Thing is, I can't even remember how far we got in.
You got to Thunder Tree, and then we stopped because I was getting real frustrated with the way the book was written, and I was a really new DM, so I was like, I don't know what I'm meant to do here, and it doesn't tell you you're meant to just improvise stuff because it's not written well for new DMs.
Mm. We didn't even go to Thunder Tree, did we?
No, you didn't, no. Compared to this adventure, written by Matt Mercer, it's so fucking well written, and it gives you so much information about like character motivations and like what you should do if this happens, what you should do if this happens. It's like, and because they're meant to be like starter adventures for new DMs, it's like it's so helpful and compared to like Fandelver, which is just like, yeah, there's this and that's it. Like, I like Fandelver, but I do think it's flawed in terms of being a tutorial thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, right. Anyway, thank you, everyone. That was really fun.
Thank you, Lewis. That was awesome as ever.
That was a really close fight as well.
Yeah, I can't believe we fucking got through.
Yeah.
I was saying that Gertrude rolled so many max damage rolls on her thing.
14.
It was like 8 on a D8, 8 on a D8, 4 on a D4, 4 on a D4.
I was like, I have no idea how they're going to beat this, like, because she had like 45 HP, that Goliath.
Yeah. Firion had an idea, but he rolled his initiative too low.
Yeah.
Like, he was going to separate the fight out by casting Fog Cloud on all the ones at the back here.
Oh, that would have been cool.
So they could just deal with these two and then like retreat or fall back if they needed to or whatever.
Do people usually get captured then?
Yeah, that is in the book, in the adventure description.
Oh yeah, we did it, lads. Poor Bloss.
People often it is an option, you can get captured.
Glad we're not doing injury rolls for Bloss.
Yeah.
I'm so screwed.
Not doing that for this campaign, fuck it.
I was trying to find some good rules for non-lethal stuff.
I like the half damage. Like
I kind of do, and I kind of don't.
Yeah,
I kind of like what I did. I read one that was like, it's like that. You do half damage, but if you go below 0,
yeah.
So if you go, say if you're on 3 HP and you get smacked with 4 HP, 4 damage.
Yeah.
From a non-lethal weapon.
Yeah.
You'd have like a con check at like 2. But you'd get a +1 because you're -1 below 0. So if you roll above the 3, you go unconscious with 1 HP. But if you don't, you die.
That's kind of cool.
I like that.
Yeah, that's cool actually.
I kind of like that as well because, and then certain things definitely couldn't be like used. Like I was saying to Tom earlier.
Yeah.
Like,
Totally
necrotic. Radiant, an arrow.
Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. That's cool.
I'll try and find the rules and then adjust them slightly to that, and then.
Yeah, you should do it, and then.
Because there's going to be something coming up where I think it'll be quite important.
Yeah,
and it also brings in like if you try and knock him out, most of the time, you will.
Yeah.
And there could be that occasion where you accidentally hit them too hard and. Yeah, I mean, I think it was using like a different stat for if you want to hit them with your pommel or like of a sword. Like it'd be a D4 instead of a D8 or whatever.
That's cool. I like that. That makes sense.
I just think it's like a good little change that probably won't have an effect most of the time. But when it does, then it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you charge as a cow in wild shape form, you can do 3d6 plus 4 piercing damage.
It's amazing, holy shit. Out the fucking way, bitches.
Have you got a boar, Lewis? Boar's pretty great.
Pretty sure I do.
Having relentless is fucking crazy.
Boar. Yeah, I do. Well, then I'll make you a boar. Firian's boar form. I won't add their token shit yet because I'm too lazy. I'll try and sort it out later.
I'm gonna go eat because I'm starving.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks all.
There you go, Tom. There's the boar for you if you want to see the token.
Oh, yeah,
There you go. I'll drag it on.
That's so good. Alright, see you later.
See you later, guys. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, thank you.